Okay, we're going to go ahead and start the meeting, and we'll start with the flag salute, followed by the invocation with Sergeant Bill Downey.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's pray. Holy Father in heaven, Father, we acknowledge you as the sole creator of all things and the sovereign authority of the universe over. Father, we know from the beginning of time you saw fit to send your son Jesus out of heaven to come here to live as a man, only to be persecuted by your very own creation on that cross. We thank you for that gift of his blood which purchased our sins. Father, we beg your forgiveness when we sin and fall short of your expectations, whether it's through thoughts, words, or actions. Father, we pray your wisdom on this meeting tonight, that you'll bless our community, that each of us will seek your wisdom and will in conducting the business of our community. And we pray for peace and unity. And Father, as we're expecting a storm, we pray for your hedge of protection on each and every one of us. It's in your son's name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Bill. And if I could remind everybody to talk in your microphones again tonight, I would appreciate it. Um, Pete. So the next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Is there any questions?
We have some items we need to add.
Okay.
The item G, request to pay Triangle Builders the amount of $14,200.15 for the Mako Ace CDBG project. Request to pay Agricultural Engineering $1,600 for engineering for that same project. Another request to pay Agricultural Engineering $100 for inspections for that project. And the last one is a request to pay LG Vargas and Sons $135,270.98 for the Fort Scott Dam improvements. And you have all those documents in front of you.
Okay, thank you, Diane. And the Mako Ace was all the grant money that was coming through, as well as the sewer treatment or the river intake project is going to be a several $1,000,000 job. So this is just their first draw off that.
I don't think it's a verse, but it's a payment.
Right. Any other questions on the consent agenda? If not, I'll consider a motion.
Make a motion to pay the consent agenda to include the added items.
I'll second that.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Josh Jones. Yes. Tim Van Hookey,
Yes.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes. I'll also, for the people at home, let you know Josh is unable to be with us tonight. He's sick right now, but he is on the speakerphone or whatever that thing is over there. So he can still hear you, which is probably a good thing, I guess. Public comments now. Did we have some sign-ups for the public comments? I believe Mark McCoy. They're not here. Yeah, first one was David Saker, and I don't believe he's here. We have Greg Schick next, and I don't believe he's here as well. And John Crane, I don't see him in the crowd either.
John said to cancel. They're not ready to come in. They're actually wanting to propose some parking ideas uptown in the historical district to expand parking as we get more and more loft apartments up there. So the Chamber's working on that for us.
That's very good. Very good. Thank you, Kelly. Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm here tonight on a sad note. I'm here representing myself. There's nothing to do with me involved with the City Commission or the City of Fort Scott on this, other than to talk to you for a moment about the passing of a fantastic lady, a great woman who contributed to the City of Fort Scott in a multitude of ways for over 40 years. Her name is Ann Emerson. Ann's contributions to the City of Fort Scott and Bourbon County were immense. They are unmeasurable. I want to read some of these to you, and I'm referring to a proclamation that the city commissioners made to and for and about Ann Emerson. I'm not going to read all of it in its entirety, but if I may. Whereas the Friends of the Fort Scott National Historic Site and Symbols of Sacrifice, along with Jim Scott and Fort Superintendent Betty Boyko, and the staff, including Reed Hartford, and a generous community raised funds to purchase and place 7,000 American flags to honor the War on Terror, the heroes at the Fort Scott National Historic Site Parade Ground in September of 2013. This program still goes on today. This is something that we believe should live on and will live on. Whereas in 1984, Ann created the Fort Scott Partnership in Preservation, a fund drive brochure which raised $50,000 to purchase new equipment. This equipment for the fort, for Dragoon uniforms, a $12,000 replica freight wagon to use, a $6,000 mountain howitzer cannon, new dress uniforms for the dragoons and the infantry volunteers, and the 1850 styles women's wear for volunteers. Miss Emerson at this time was commissioned as a member in the 1st Regiment of Company C, United States Dragoons. Her support of Fort Scott National Historic Site by the Fort Superintendent Sheridan Steele. Ann assisted in bringing the moving wall, this wall which dedicates, if you have ever been to Washington, D.C., it is a memorable, moving experience. I would encourage you, if you ever get a chance to do this, to go in the evening. It's a walk unlike no other that you will take. This wall represents the wall that's in Washington, D.C. It is the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Wall. Whereas Ann is and has been active in various organizations, committees, and campaigns, such as the Freedom Frontiers National Heritage, Fort Scott and Pittsburgh, and the Greater Kansas City Chambers of Commerce, the Kansas National Main Street Program, Bourbon County Strategic Plan for Economic Development, Old Fort Scott Advisory Board, Gordon Park Center for Culture and Diversity, the United Way, the Rotary, the First Presbyterian Church. She was a deacon and elder. Mercy Hospital Board, Southeast Kansas Incorporated, Southeast Kansas Inc. as it's called, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, Gordon Parks Exhibition, Half Past Autumn. Ann participated in about every committee and steering committee and management committee that could have existed in the city of Fort Scott. She was a member of the PEO, the Crawford County Republican Women, and campaigns that she helped manage in many ways for United States Senator Bob Dole, for United States Senator Nancy Kassenbaum, for U.S. Representative Sam Brownback, who later became a United States Senator, for Kansas Attorney General Derek Schmidt, as well as assisting in many local campaigns, whereas Ann worked for Petromark to secure a $12,225 promotion to the Pioneer Harvest Fiesta in honor of board members. Without that, the Pioneer Harvest Fiesta could not have continued. Whereas Ann brought the idea of a 3-day community-wide festival to celebrate Fort Scott's rich heritage, along with Junie Renard, who named it the Good Old Days, which is still in existence today. Ann was a committee member of the Bourbon County Strategic Plan for Economic Development. She also has served as campaign chairs for several other representatives and folks running for office. A local Kansas State Senator, Bob Marshall, 13th District State Senator. Bob went within 3 months from becoming unknown to being a well-known figure in Southeast Kansas. Relatively unknown figure. I want to correct myself there. Bob has a great history himself. Bob is a Marine. He's a full colonel. Bob graduated from the University of Kansas, KU, where he played football, baseball, basketball, and track. And lastly, Ann Emerson has been the recipient of numerous awards, such as the Joplin Tri-State Business Journal Women of Influence Award. and that was in 2010. She was a Woman of Distinction awarded in 2012. And most recently here in the city of Fort Scott, Ann was the Keystone winner in 2014 from the Fort Scott Area Chamber of Commerce. Ann Emerson Day, so I want to read this here, I'm sorry. So this said, wherefore I, Cynthia E. Bartlesmeyer, Mayor of the City of Fort Scott, Kansas, do hereby proclaim April 22nd, 2014 as Ann Emerson Day. I have no power, I have no authority, but I'd like to declare on my personal behalf, February 5th at 10 a.m., which is the burial and ceremony for Ann's funeral, February 5th, 2020, again as Ann Emerson Day in honor of her passing in the city of Fort Scott. May God bless her and may her family have some comfort in their growing days from the loss of Ann. I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mark. That was very kind of you, and I don't know if we have to have a motion or proclamation or just it is what it is. Very, very cool, and that's a hard speech to follow. But that's when we just had all the senators here. They said one of the strongest points that Fort Scott has is its people. They said those people stand up every time. He said it's the oddest little community we've ever seen where you guys all come together and take care of business when you need to. And I think Ann was, like you said, was a great one, and she'll be dearly missed.
Yeah, Mark, and something that I wasn't privileged enough to really get to know her. I mean, I've been on the Good Old Days committee for the last few years, but what really struck to me was kind of, and I wish you'd included it, and I'll include it now, was her motto, which was faith, family, and Fort Scott.
Mm-hmm.
And I think everything you read shows to a T that that's exactly how she lived.
Sure. And they stayed here. I mean, there's still a lot of Emerson kids running around, and they're a lot of fun too. So, okay. Thanks, Mark, for making us all sad. Okay, up next we have the wage study. You're up, Brad. Our Human Resource Director, Brad Mackin, will take this.
Good evening. Last meeting, I gave you all a copy of the wage scale ordinance. I wanted you to look at it, study it, and come up with any questions that you may have for our wage scale going forward. At this time, I basically just open it up to any kind of questions that you would have. If not, I would hope for a motion.
Do you guys have any questions? If there's no questions, I'll look for a motion to accept or reject.
I'll motion that we accept it.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Josh Jones. Yes. Matthew Wells.
Yes.
Tim Van Hookey.
Yes.
Pete Allen.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes. I'd like to say thanks to Brad for putting that together. I mean, these are trying times, and we're going to have to step up to the plate and do what everybody else is doing. So we appreciate you working hard on that. The next up is appearances, and we have Allison Leach.
She is not
She
here.
is not here. And up next, we have Ned Rabar from Spider Company.
She is here.
Somebody's finally here. All right.
Hi guys, I just wanted to take a few moments here and talk to you a little bit about our new software company here in town called Spider.
They can't hear you at home unless you're talking to them. That's right. Oh,
Yeah, there we go. Is it on?
there you go.
There we go.
Then we're
Now
back.
you can hear me. So we started a new software company last March, so we're right at a year old. And that business sits right over here in the incubator space, which is where the DMV is. We've renovated that space, and we have now beautiful offices in there, and we held the chamber meeting last week there. So I want to tell you a little bit about what we do and why we're so important to the city of Fort Scott and to this community. So my background, I started here in the insurance business in Fort Scott when I was 16 years old, kind of never left it. And then, in 2000, I went into software to the insurance and financial services industry. So I know these markets and these industries really well, and have been so blessed to get lots of industry awards and all that fun stuff. And last May got a top 10 women in technology, most impactful women in technology award in the US. So that was pretty fun. Now I've got two partners that are just awesome. Sharon Ross is a FINRA Wharton College, CRCP. That's a really hard thing to get, okay? It's a really smart gal. Bob Peacock is our CTO. And Bob, he lives in Denver. And Bob as well is a very brilliant guy. He's been running teams with Wells Fargo for the last 10 years. Bob and I met in 2000 when I designed the first annuity payment illustration system in the market. And Bob's the guy that built it. We were both at SunGard at the time. And then I designed the first annuity payment policy admin system, and Bob built it. So I have a lot of history, going back with building solutions with Bob. Well, now here's what we do. So what do we really do? Well, we have a cloud. We're the first in the industry to have a multi-cloud document storage and management solution on the market. And what does that mean? Okay, multi-cloud. So our document storage solution, has Microsoft Azure, Google, AWS, and IBM clouds inside it. And then our software and our special sauce is how we manage the clouds and how we manage the documents inside the clouds. Because all of our clients get two clouds, all right? And the advantage of that, you get a primary cloud and a secondary cloud. And the advantage of that is if you get ransomed, very simple. You just call us 30 seconds later, we repoint your cloud to the secondary cloud, you're back in business without having to pay a ransom, okay? Let's say that the data center fiber optic line gets cut, to the data center, catastrophic outage. Again, you call us 30 seconds later, we repoint your cloud, you're right back in business. So you don't have any data loss or anything. We also put some pretty cool stuff in it. We put intrusion detection in this product. And here's what that means. Intrusion detection means ransom detection. It means we can tell if somebody is in your document storage, if somebody's in your documents stealing your documents. We can tell that, and we can stop it. So we can stop a ransom attack before it even happens or as it is happening, okay? So these big insurance companies, broker-dealers, wealth management firms, they have to have this stuff. When you think about the documents that they keep, on all of us, our car insurance applications, our life insurance applications, we buy a mutual fund, those types of documents, all that stuff is so important, and you don't want those documents leaking out of the system, and you certainly don't want them ransomed, okay? So, because that's how, Russia and China love to get our documents. So we're helping the industry keep those safe. We're setting up a Shopify channel. It'll be out in the next probably 3 weeks, and we'll be selling to the individual insurance agents and the independent reps through a Shopify channel. Then we'll move into legal, manufacturing, real estate, and other markets as well. And then we'll open it up to consumers. Because right now today, our solution is built. It's perfect. It works fantastic. It's a great solution. And the big thing about it is, that it's really, it's ready. It's in production. People are using it. So anybody can use our solution. We did have to build some regulatory buckets of storage for our industry, and regulations like HIPAA. You've probably heard of HIPAA before, and 17A4 worm. Those are things that FINRA and the SEC requires, and GDPR, which is a general data protection regulation, and it's a European regulation. It's a booger. It's a big one, and we've tackled all those big regulations and have them in our system. The last thing about us is that our price is great. If you look at Dropbox and companies like that, they're about $300 a seat per year, a user per year. We're $159. So we're doing that intentionally. But since we're managing the clouds, we can control the cost of these clouds better too. So if you really think about it, if I kind of had to sum it up for you, we wrap the clouds. We take those individual clouds, we wrap them. We put them in the spider web, and we kind of love them up, and we put a lot of security and a lot of additional features and functionality in it and around them so that you can do different things with documents that you haven't ever been able to do before. We're putting artificial intelligence in the system soon, like third quarter, and it'll have automated tasks. And again, insurance companies are going to love that because they're going to be able to, a document comes in and the system is going to be smart and it's going to say, oh, we know what that document is. That's an auto claim form. Okay. And oh, look, it's got John Jones's name on it, right? Oh, do we have a folder for that? It'll automatically handle all the tasks. So what we're doing, it's a very big system that we've written. It's a great system. We're excited about it. We're actually selling it right now to some of the counties for voter storage, which is interesting, I find, but okay. And so we're getting lots of great calls. The industry has loved us up. We've gotten a lot of great press about it, and people are paying attention. So we're excited. I wanted to share this with you because the impact to the community could be so substantial here. You know, we're on target to be a 7-year unicorn, which means that a unicorn is a privately held company, okay, privately owned, privately held company with a $1 billion valuation. And unicorns really happen in the 5 to 7 year time frame. And we're going to be a 7-year unicorn, which means we have to have 144 million of annual recurring revenue every year. And we're on a path to attain that. So life is good for us. We're getting there. We're excited about it, but we're excited about what it's going to mean for the city. Because when you think of the days of the Western Insurance Company and having 350 people working downtown every day, shopping in the stores, wouldn't that be great to have that back? Well, we can provide that. We can do that. And for now, we will stay in our nice little building that we built our offices, but soon we will be outgrowing that. And eventually we'll have to, look at a building downtown or build something. We want to stay in the downtown area to keep that commerce downtown. So we're really committed to this community. My business partners are. We're excited about it. We're thrilled. Our board will be coming in soon, seeing the small town, and they can't wait to come in. And these are some pretty heavy hitters that have been in the industry for a long time. So we think we're, going to really help this community with jobs, great jobs, benefits, places to work, good places to work. We want to, our culture is to be kind to our employees, kind to the community, kind to our industry, and make a difference. So that's why we're here. That's what we're up to. Feel free to come by. Today was just information only. If you'd like to have more information on Spider, call me, or come by and see us. Our offices are always locked because since we are a software company, we have to do that. So if you walk into the DMV building, we're right there to the right. But we have a Ring doorbell. So you have to ring the doorbell. And I'm in town usually 3 to 4 days a week. And I'm going back tonight because of this nice storm that we're going to have. But I love being down here. I'm home, the brick streets, the church bells, it feels good. So we're excited. We're going to do great things, and we're going to help this city grow, get a major employer like the Western used to be. Bring insurance back, and software back to this community. Thank you.
Well, we appreciate it. And I know that's a real thing because we had a local company that actually did get ransomed. And I didn't even know a ransom was a real thing. I know what I think of as a ransom is a lot different.
Yeah, it's a lot different, right?
But,
yeah, stick them up is
yeah. But no, it's real. Thank you so much. Okay, if you guys don't mind, I'm going to skip backwards. We had Greg. You had. See this? Okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead. We're going to take a quick break, and then I'll let you guys speak. You're signed up. Something's wrong with the phone. Yep, thank you. Okay. Yeah.
Technology not working. Who would have guessed, right?
Blame it on the weather.
Yeah, we'll blame it on the weather.
Josh, I know you should hear us over the webcam. If you could hang up on the conference call so that we can reset. Okay, Josh, go ahead and try and restart. We just restarted the conference call. It's not difficult, you can't make it here. Okay, Josh, are you able to hear us? Perfect. Okay. Technical difficulties have been fixed for now.
Thank you, sir.
Let you know that it's back up and running.
Hey Diane, was there not the last one of those?
I have 2 extra.
One rock, please. Pull several of them and try again.
Is that you?
Yeah, I don't have somebody like you that does all that for me. It's good to have staff. But I don't have staff for stuff like this.
We're still live
No,
on the
that's
video.
No, but I didn't see the option on the, when I sent the printer. It's like, where's this tape? Staple option.
Okay, we're back live, I believe. Jimmy's got us fixed back up. Mark has left. He's not going to return. And up next is Frank Halsey to speak. He's going to be speaking on the Kansas NICA race.
Stole my thunder.
That's what I do.
So, thank you. I passed out some handouts. I made 10 copies. I hope everybody got one. I'm here on behalf of Gun Park Trails. You're kind of used to that by now. And I promise to be brief. What I handed out is the handouts I passed out are on NICA, the National Interscholastic Cycling Association. And really, there's a whole lot of information there, and I actually cut it short. But the pages 6 and 7 kind of go into, grab my copy. Pages 6 and 7 illustrate what NICA has accomplished and throughout the country, and talks about there being 31 leagues in 30 states, 11,000 volunteers, 22,000 student athletes participating. It's been established 10 years ago and growing just leaps and bounds across the country. So last Wednesday evening, I received a call from Tina Kahn. She is the director for Kansas NICA, which was just established last year. And she asked if they could host a race on Gun Park Trails. Been one of my goals is to attract that type of a race, that type of notoriety to the trails that we've built here in Fort Scott. And I said to her, I don't know. I got to ask the city. The city owns the trails. So she's anxious to hear the results of this meeting. She would have loved to have been here, but she's in Salina tonight doing some training. So I assured her that I've met with this group before and that I would do fine, although I'm not as prepared as I would have liked to have been because I had a busy day at work. And she just sent me this stuff last night. She has agreed to show up anytime you guys want for a full-blown presentation. And we actually have like a 3-minute video that we could show you that's queued up if we need it. So the night she called me last Wednesday, I immediately emailed Diane and said, are the shelter houses even open? And she responded that, fortunately, they are. I was like, oh, wow. Because I believe they're going to need the entire park.
And what date is this?
April 24th. Okay. They will show up on April 23rd to start setting up. and this is a full-blown production because they have, and because they're only in their second year, they have 140 racers, which is pretty stinking good. But with parents coming and every team coming, and every team brings tents and trailers and campers, and then you've got vendors showing up and you've got sponsors showing up. It's the type of event that I've wanted the Marmonton Massacre to become, which I think is why they're going to need the entire park. Their advanced team has been here. They rode the trails. They want to come back and meet with me to figure out how they're going to lay out the trails. They won't use the entire trail system because it's kids. And so they want to make sure they're on the beginner level trails. I think they'll just use the north side, but that's yet to be determined. But I mean, some of the notes I made, it's a huge production, very organized, and they do it all. I've called two of my friends that are trail builders and said, how was this? And they said, it's awesome. You don't have to do anything. Provide some volunteers that drive stakes in the ground and string fence, snow fence, and stuff like that. But they do it all. They have, and she sent me this stuff. She said they have a race director. They have a chief course marshal. They have a chief course setter. They have 2 race officials, chief operations manager, chief of timing and scoring, volunteer coordinator, registration manager, and coach director. And then they've got coaches. They have 1 coach for every 2 student athletes, is a NICA standard. So it's pretty cool. I'm excited about it. I'm basically here to ask your permission to allow them to come to Fort Scott and host a race.
Frank, we really don't like bringing people from out of town.
I know, right?
I mean, that's been our problem. So many people flooding in here.
I mean, all the hotels fill up and restaurants are busy and you can't get in, and it's a problem.
This is a silly idea you have. The only thing I was going through my head is you got kids running down the thing. Will you have event insurance?
They cover all that.
Okay.
And they will be in touch with whoever you want me to have them getting hold of, and I'm assuming that's going to be Diane, because she handles everything. She's
Rachel
she's shaking her head. Oh, okay. So I'll put them in touch with Brad. They can send all their insurance certificates and all the requirements that you all need. But it's a full-blown production that's very professional and very well done.
Do they have any type of their own security detail, or will they rely on us for like any police action that needs to be out there, and an idea of how many that would be?
I don't know any of that yet. I know they will want some medical presence, probably like you do for my race. Probably stage an ambulance down there when they do that for me. So, but that's still. I mean, I don't know that.
Okay, I'm sure that's something that would interest Chief. I myself, if I was riding a dirt trail on a bike, they'd need to have an air ambulance on standby.
at the start line.
Starting line, yeah.
For the races that I host every year, city's been awesome in providing that for us, and they just come down there and sit. And actually had to take care of somebody last year.
Well, we provide that for football games and everything else, so I don't see that being a big problem. Do you, Trav?
No, we usually patrol the area as far as the police department goes, and patrol the area, Marmonton Massacre and other events anyway. So. And this will be entirely open to the public. Will it be accessible to children here in town who might want to participate?
Absolutely. In fact, I'm hoping. My goal is to establish a team here locally, and my hope is to get middle school and high school kids involved in the volunteer of this, so they are exposed to it and get excited about it. I actually reached out to St. Martin's to have them help out with volunteers, but they're still going to be on Easter break during that time. So,
have you reached out to USD 234?
I have not yet, but this is all less than a week. And I said to her when she called, I said, April 24th. That's like 3 months from now. I got a lot to do. She said, you don't have to do anything.
Right.
She said, we take care of it all.
If you could get a concert planned right after, it would probably be pretty cool in that big open area like we're talking about. Yeah, that'd be good. Okay, is there any other questions or comments?
You guys want to see the video? It's 3 minutes. It's kind of cool.
Sure.
I mean, I don't care.
No, I think it's interesting.
That's up to you, Jimmy.
Jimmy's failing tonight.
I am feeling because I forgot I turned off the speaker on.
It's the weather, Jimmy. It's these freezing temperatures.
I'll tell you, I was at a race. I was down at a trail in Arkansas riding a few years ago. They had 500 kids show up for a race. It was incredible. Wow.
The music is very nice, very soothing.
So they have teams spread out across the state with coaches, and the coach will have either 2 kids or 30 kids. And it's not necessarily school sponsored. A lot of times these are just teams that are like a club from an area.
I think what's great about it, Frank, is it gives people that aren't maybe a basketball player, a football player, or what have you, something else to be good at and break bones at.
It is a team sport, but it's not. It's an individual sport as well. These are all shots from their inaugural season, which was last year. They had 3 races last year, and they intentionally tried to seek out regional areas that were almost urban settings so they could attract the bigger crowds. So what's really cool is our park sets up perfect for them because they need space. They need parking, which I'm hoping we can use.
Drinking water before bed burns £46 in 2 weeks.
Okay.
I didn't know that. Obviously, I'm hoping the weather permitting, we can use that north field for parking as you go in. And but that's my plan, not theirs. And I told them also. I said, I'm going to have a hard time giving up control, but I'll learn. Yeah, I know. But I'm very confident that once they do a race here, they will want to come back every year. There's no question in my mind. People have told me for years these trails set up perfect for a race. We can cut out a segment perfect for their needs, and our park is such with the camping right there. It's going to be perfect for what they want.
That sounds awesome. I think it'd be great. The workers down there, you might want to notify them so they don't hit them with a truck or something like that on the dam project. So be one obstacle they may not overcome. But I'll entertain a motion to go ahead and give them the ability to do this.
Yeah, I'm motion we make it an annual event right now. Let's get it rolling.
Yeah. There a second?
Second. I'm not sure Josh is still there.
He's asleep. He's sick.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
You bet. Thank you, Frank, for bringing another good event to the community. Appreciate you. Up next, Rob Harrington with the Neighborhood Revitalization Program. Huh? Yeah, did you guys want to go before Rob? He's offering to.
You leave this on? It's on. Good evening. I'm here to give you an update on the Neighborhood Revitalization Program. Last week, we made the presentation to Fort Scott Community College, and they have signed the agreement. So we have all the signatures we need to advance that on. And so the next step, we'll be sending that on to the Attorney General's office. We should have just gave it to him yesterday.
Yeah.
And have them go over it, make sure everything's legal, and the interlocal agreements are there, and then they'll sign off on it. Like I said before, it's about a 90-day process, so we're looking at about 3 months. But with that being said, I did talk with Mr. Quick, and I'm happy to say that he is going to begin taking applications for any developer, anybody who owns a home, for NRP projects. So he's going to start taking those applications. Those can be found at the assessor's office. And so he's going to go ahead and do that, kind of us knowing that, you know, in 90 days, we're going to have an approved interlocal agreement anyway. So I just wanted to give an update on that. And then one other thing while I'm standing up here, I wanted to thank each and every one of you for coming yesterday. It was a great event. We had about 80 people in that little room, but all for good things. And so I just wanted to personally thank you all for attending, and for your help in making that a reality. So thank you very much for that. So,
Thank you. Okay, now, Greg Schick. Oops, you got it.
I turned that off. I'm sorry.
You have to speak into it pretty good. They can't hear.
Thank
I
you.
can't hear either.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
For those of you that don't know me, my name is Greg Schick. What prompted my time here tonight to speak with you is partly related to what David Saker is going to speak to you about. But I think it might be appropriate that I go first because I'm actually not going to speak directly about what he's going to speak about. But I think it's interesting. I've been following some articles in the Fort Scott Tribune, and I've only met Greg Motley, I think, twice. And he writes an interesting article, and I'm sure many of you probably read those. I do. I find them very interesting. So one of them that was in here on Wednesday had to do with trust and the foundation of trust and the loss of trust. And if you haven't read it, I'd encourage you to go back and read that article in light of maybe a few things that I'm going to say and maybe with what David's going to say. So one of the issues that's come up for me personally in the last, especially 10 years probably, maybe a little longer, is that when you're, I'm a contractor, developer, I do lots of different things. So I interact with the city, the county, and a lot of different people. So trust is a very important issue. So when you're speaking with someone in a face-to-face setting, and I expect that when someone tells me something, especially a public official, that if they have the credentials, that's their job, that I would take what they say as gospel. And I understand that may not be the case 100% of the time, especially in the setting with a government entity. But I think that loss of trust and why we're having a problem with that, it really resonated with me last week. And I thought that it would be interesting to comment about that in light of what David is going to speak to you about, and it's it has to do with the demolition job here in Fort Scott, and it has to do with conversations that we have with many of you here, whether it be the city manager representing the city, or one of your codes people, or as far as that, the chief of police. So, because I have conversations with a lot of people at the city, and I'd like to think when they tell me something that I can take them at their word. So it's concerning to me that when we meet with a city manager, they have to make decisions on a day-to-day, I'm sure. I just don't know where their responsibility and what they're allowed to decide on or not decide on, where that ends. And that goes without saying, I don't think that you as a commissioners are trying to micromanage anyone. I think that you have a responsibility for oversight. And so I'm not trying to say that you're not being responsible, but at some point in time, someone has to take responsibility for decisions that are made, whether it's the city manager, and say, this is what I agreed to do, and this is what we should do because that's what I agreed to do. And then if that's not something that can happen, and I'm speaking specifically about David's, this demolition job, but I think this loss of trust, it grows slowly, but I could fill your time up this evening. I'm not going to, with incidents that have happened to myself personally that I've documented over the last 10 or 12 years. And they're very disturbing and have actually changed my thought process on how I handle my interactions with the city, the county, and even other business people. I've lost trust, and I've lost trust for a reason. And part of the reason I've lost trust is because a lot of people don't stand behind their word. And it's not that you can't change your mind. You can change your mind. You just have to say, I've changed my mind. I can't do that anymore. And so this article really kind of points all those things out. And I really encourage you to read it and think about these things that Greg Motley has outlined in this, because I think it's pretty much on par for, I think, what is going on. And we can always improve. Not that any of you need to improve. You're all perfect. So,
Well,
yeah. Anyway, thank you. That's all I had to say.
Thank you. I like the beard too. I didn't even notice you the other day at the auction. I know, totally incognito. Okay, Dave, like to speak? Dave Saker. I just announcing your name.
Yeah, my name's David Saker. I own Dave's Towing and Recovery and Demolition. I did a job over on 323 Hill, and I had the codes officers come back to take a look at it because I had a question about a wall. And I told them, I said, if we take this wall out, the water's going to come down from the south going north, and it's going to wash our street out. So I asked them, I said, what can we do? And they told me I could leave it. So we left it. And I filled it in, took 20 loads of dirt, covered it up.
Pull the mic down. Pete.
And we come back, and apparently they approved it. And then a few days later, I talked to the city manager, and he come over and approved it. And now I'm being told that I need to go back and tear this all back out. What do we need to do to get this dissolved? I mean, I did what they told me. I mean, I listened to your people, and now they're telling me they're not going to pay us for the work I done. If they'd have told me this up front, we'd have went ahead and pulled that wall out. But they said, the way it's sitting in there, that's going to keep Hill Street from washing off and going down over the hill. Otherwise, we'd have took it out. They said leave it, so I left it. And now I'm being told they're not going to pay to. So if I have to go back in there, I've got to charge somebody to go back in there and dig all that back out to pull that out of there. Or if they want to pay me to go in with a wrecking ball, I can go in with a wrecking ball and smash it out and take it back out. But who's going to cover the cost on this? I mean, once you guys give me the okay on that and said, okay, that's no problem, it's good, leave it like it is, so we pull away. So I just want to get it.
I will tell you, first of all, I'm going to abstain from the conversation because I've abstained from all the voting and everything else. Everybody knows that I also demo houses or what have you.
Mm-hmm.
So, but our codes, Bill's here. I think probably the appropriate thing is to let Bill speak and you stay there. Yeah. You guys can talk back and forth, and if the commission has any questions, if that's okay, Dave.
Commission? Mr. Saker is correct that when he called us and asked us to come view the completed project, that we thought that leaving that northern wall was the best thing to do. However, there's a little bit of information he's leaving out, and that he said that the dump would not accept any more concrete. One of the complaints that the commission had is that there's a large chunk of concrete laying next to the northern wall. It's been told to me that that's not true. The county dump will, in fact, take the concrete. Trying to think how long it's been a couple weeks, and the commission declined to pay Mr. Saker for his work. He came to visit with me. I explained to him which the commission's concerns were and what the commission would like to see him do to finish that project. I've asked him to tell me if he wants to finish the project. I've not heard from Mr. Saker since we met. I'm going to say it's been, I'll just say 2 weeks, just for giving kind of an estimated time frame. I told him that it was your guys' a desire to see that come down, and explained to him why that was. That has not set well with Mr. Saker, but I told him that's what he needed to do if he wanted to finish the job. If not, he needed to let me know so we could find somebody else to finish the work. So I've not had any communication with Mr. Saker since he visited my office.
Well, Bill, one of the things that that bothers me here is that there was an obvious change of scope of work, and we received no notice. There's no, anytime the scope of work changes, there should be a change order written. Verbal correspondence just doesn't fly. We were asked to approve something that we didn't believe was finished because the wall's still standing there. Well, taking the wall out is part of the job. If we'd known that you or somebody changed the scope of the work with the change order, then that puts something, it puts us into a different light. But when it's pretty obvious that the job wasn't done per the original specifications, all we can do is say no.
I understand what you're saying, and thank you for pointing that out.
So we had multiple people go over there and take a look at that wall and say that it has to stay.
Well, I believe after Mr. Zellner came on board, he had had some interaction with Mr. Saker well after I had had contact with him. So my interaction with Mr. Saker probably was maybe, I'll just say, a month in between interactions. So I believe Mr. Zellner gave him some direction on that project before you all voted on the bill. And maybe it's probably more appropriate for Mr. Zellner to speak.
I did meet with Mr. Saker, and he explained that he'd brought all that dirt in. Now, I just got here in the city of Fort Scott, so it's kind of an after the fact. And we did meet about whether he'd tore the floor up, because I don't think it had gotten inspected before the dirt went in, whether the floor was tore up in the basement of that. And he reassured me that he would, or had. And then we talked about the wall down in the bottom of the creek, and that's when, once again, like Bill said, he mentioned that the county landfill wasn't wanting any more of that concrete. And I said, well, that's kind of odd. I don't know if I said that or just thought it myself. But nonetheless, I said, yeah, you're right, that's not going to hold all that dirt. And that's when Mr. Saker shared with me that he'd talked to the code enforcement, and they said it was approvable. And I said, well, if somebody's already approved it, I guess we're. But I believe, and I don't know if I said this or not. You can probably clarify, Mr. Saker, that where the situation was at with the commission, they would make the final decision because it had been kicked back on just the floor and reinvestigated. So at that point in time, I guess if I didn't, it's probably my fault. I should have probably told you, if that comes to that, I don't have authority to give you permission unless it is written and then they decide. So that's my bad. I'll take responsibility for that. But typically, for those who are viewing and also the audience here, if something happens and it gets thrown back to formula, and then it goes back to the commission. So that's where your city manager's limits stop. Okay, just so you know. And so there's a clear pathway there that once something happens, the commission has to redecide or redetermine. Just like Pete said, if the wall was going to stay, then and that changes the scope. And so that's when I should have probably made sure to just getting here and kind of the whirlwind of the whole city getting started thing kind of fell in the loop of that or downfall. But once again, I take responsibility for that, for not insisting that something be written up. So in that case, the next time something will be written up because we have to document what we do. And anyway, that's why I had Bill Downey go ahead and speak with you, Mr. Saker, about the wishes of the commission, because once that gets kicked back, that changes the entirety of the situation with myself or any city official or city staff. And then it goes back to the commission. So I just want to make that clear for you.
Well, and I'll say my real only exception was based on what's written now, because one line says remove the footings, the other side says if there's a basement foundation, fill it in and compact it with dirt. And it is a drastic slope down there. But I did have an exception with the large piece of concrete and some other concrete debris that was left down there in what I guess I'll call the pit. So I can absolutely see Mr. Saker's point from the standpoint of I filled in the foundation with dirt and compacted it, but on the other hand, there was a failure to remove all the debris that was left down there, especially a particularly large piece with a window in it that was at the bottom of the pit.
And we did get confirmation, I believe, from the county to assure us that the concrete would have been accepted at the landfill had it been brought out there. And that's what the county told us directly.
Yeah, Diane, whenever I talked to her, she said that they wouldn't take it, so I called Eric Bailey, and he called me back about 4 o'clock Friday and said now they will take the concrete. But before, she said they didn't want it out there. That's why when I talked to him, we decided to leave those big chunks down there, but, you know, somebody's got to make a decision. I mean, what do you want me to do?
I think that the job needed to be done according to the contract, or there needed to be a change order specifying why we were leaving the wall.
Yeah,
because we had no knowledge that someone had told you to leave the wall when it was brought to the commission at the last session. So we were going under, we have the contract, we see what it says. It says the footings have to be removed. We were provided no information that the wall was requested to be left or that it was advised that it be left. Now, if we haven't had the city engineer or someone over there to take a look at it to verify that if that wall is removed, that street's going to collapse, then we don't have the information yet to make that decision on that wall, as far as I'm concerned.
I'm still abstaining. Oh, well,
to Mr. Wells's comment, I come back to what Mr. Van Hoeke said. We were going off. I mean, I think one of the issues that you all have talked about the last couple of weeks is cleaning up some of the language of the contract. Because when we looked at it, we said, okay, you're supposed to fill that in and pack it down, and it seemed reasonable at that time. So when I met with Mr. Saker the second time, it was to express to him the desire of the commission that you collectively voted last meeting to have that wall removed. And so that's what I've conveyed.
And
if
there was a change order, if we'd been advised that it was told, then I don't have a problem paying him if that's what had been written down, if that was part of the job, but it's not. We don't have
I don't think a change order was needed, though, because, again, we're going to vote on another one this evening, and the verbiage is still the same. If it's a foundation, fill it in with dirt and compact it.
Yeah, but it also says the footing has to be removed.
Yes.
And the basement has to be filled.
Yeah, we've always, I've done a lot of demolition in Fort Scott, and with basements, you always remove the basement. You always collapse the walls and fill in. You fill in the basement area, and maybe that's the word that's missing is basement area. But you never fill in a basement. You never leave the walls in. That's just historically we've never done that. I've been doing demos since 1973, and
Well, I agree with the process. I'm just saying what we have actually underlined and highlighted in the contract agreement, which says any basements under structure or accessory structure must be filled with compacted soil. The line above that says all building materials are to be removed, including footing. So they're two contradictory statements to each other.
And I understand what you're saying, and I don't do demolition, so it's outside of my scope as far as that goes. But the way I read it, it's clear that the footing is part of the concrete. So all of that concrete would have to be removed, and then the hole, which is the basement, just the hole in the ground, that has to be filled with compacted dirt. But again, I'm not arguing with what you're saying. I'm just saying that there was no clear change order about leaving that wall, and we weren't notified at the last meeting that he had been advised to leave the wall.
We weren't, but the city manager and the codes team was.
Yes.
I've got a few comments. Frank wanted to make a comment, so I'll make it for him. He said, as a contractor, who is the go-to person? Fair question. If Dave's doing a contract, who does he converse with?
Who does the change order?
Well, I think typically on demolition, it's code enforcement.
Anytime, I will speak on that part. Anytime there's a change order, like on your guys' jobs or anything else, it would go to the engineer and then come back to us. We'd have to approve a change order legally.
My point that I'm making is that spelled out in the contract who David was supposed to get the change order drafted by? If it was agreed, the city manager agreed that it can be left.
Then we have to buy
There
it.
should have been a change order drafted. And the city manager, somebody should have, David maybe should have said, okay, then I need a change order. Somebody had some responsibility toward that, whether it be David or the city manager. That's what I'm trying to determine. Is there a project manager for the city? If not, then
Okay, so I'm going to let Greg also speak. This is unprecedented. We let people speak. So, Greg, go ahead again. Microphone, please. You do. We're not going to disagree with that.
It's the people at home won't be able to hear you.
They complain all the time about not being able to hear at the meetings.
Thank you. I just wanted to shed a light on one thing. Not that I think David disagrees with you and what you're after, but looking at this from the outside, when you're there on the job and you're told to do something, and especially on this particular lot where it slopes drastically off into a ravine, he hauled in a lot of dirt. There was a lot of extra work that went into what he did, and if the agreement wasn't there, he wouldn't have had to do a lot of that additional work, and now you're asking him to go do more additional work. And Skitch, it costs a lot of money to move an excavator. It costs money to move equipment, and it's kind of like when you're there, it's easier to take care of it. That my only point is that it's easier to get it right the first time than it is to come back and do it the second time. And so you're asking someone who bid this job extraordinarily cheap. Really, it was really cheap for what the job was. I looked at it. I would have never done it for that. You wouldn't have either. I think you bid a lot more. No comment.
I'm still abstaining. Quit looking at me.
But the point is that you would have done the job differently if you were told the wall had to go, and it would have already been gone. Right. And so now he's incurring additional expense. That was the point I was trying to make. I would like for you to consider that.
Well, and I understand what you're saying, and in light of the information that's been brought, the fact that our city manager agreed we have to have some faith in him. From here on out, we can't allow any of this to take place, and you've already said that it won't. From now on, there will always be a change order on everything. That is what we're going for, and we're going to change the verbiage in all of our demo contracts from here on out. Is that my understanding?
We can. Now, my thought process was this when I met with Dave Saker out there. And Dave shared with me, which I had no doubt that he was telling the truth, that he'd already gotten approval to leave that 20 loads of dirt. And he was correct that that dirt wouldn't stay without that wall. And any contractor knows that, and I've done demolition as well. I was a little iffy on the concrete being in the bottom of the ravine, but then he reassured me that the county wouldn't take it. So I don't know who was advising him on that or what, but I just felt like I'd come in as a third wheel. But I think we need to set a precedent from this time on that if something like that happens and a contractor has a, what do you want to call it, a conflict like that, that's something we need to back up and reevaluate. Like I said, my apologies. I came in after the fact when the wall was already still there, the dirt was there, and thinking of it as a contractor, like, man, this is a heck of a hill to back the train up on. So that's where, I think we did talk about the commission looking at this, and that's where it was at. But we do need to set something a little more solid than that. That's not going to work out on the job site and help guys that are on the site that need clarity.
Yeah, I think that if in fact that Mr. Saker was advised that the job was finished and okay, that fulfills his obligation. However, there's still work that needs to be done there, and whether and I don't think that Mr. Saker should have to go back without compensation to do it, but the work needs to be done. There's a set of stairway going down there that kids could get hurt on. There's just a lot of stuff around there that needs to be picked up and cleaned up. Should have been done in the first place. But as I see it, we relieved him of the responsibility by saying it's okay. But we still need it cleaned up.
Yeah, I agree, Pete. I mean, I think he heard from 2 city employees that, hey,
Yeah.
you're good to go.
Yeah.
And if we need a change order now, I don't know if we can do a change order, if he can give us an estimate of what it would cost to finish the job, or do we need to go back out to bid to remove those items that are there? But if we could just do a change order on it, that might be the simplest way to do it.
You don't need to go back out to bid. Pete's exactly right. It's kind of a continuation of the contract that's been terminated, sort of. And it's just a question of what's it going to cost to get that done. And I mean, if he, in conjunction with your engineer, quotes something that's ridiculous, then you may want to go out and bid that. But I think you could do it right here, right now, if we can gather the information.
I just want to clarify, serving as on-call city engineer, since we've been at the city, we've never been involved with these demo contracts. So that being said, moving forward, if we need to be, and that's maybe a case by case, like this particular lot, I just looked at it on my phone. Maybe there's special situations where, before you bid it, we'd be happy to look and say, in this case, that wall needs to stay, so we need to make a rider in the contract that states that, so that it's not an issue. So, things like that come up, and, you've done demos all year, and out of all the demos, there's one that's had this issue. So it's probably rare, but, we'd be happy to assist where we need to assist. So
I guess my only question would be is, Kelly, did you do anything else your first couple of days here that we're going to hear about later? I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
So, I mean, the responsibility has been accepted. We have a plan of action on moving forward where this is going to happen again. So I think the only thing we have left that we need to address right now is that in light of the information that has been provided this evening, that the codes officer said that the wall could stay and that the city manager said that the wall could stay, in light of those items, I think we have to readdress paying Mr. Saker for the job that was done because those items were told to him that he could leave.
The other question for the commission is, if he removes that wall and that doesn't hold that dirt, is there further work that needs to be done on that hillside?
It is a steep hill.
Yes. It is very steep.
Josh, did you have something you wanted to say?
No, I'm just having a hard time hearing. So I heard, we told Saker we could leave the wall, but the concrete that's in the ravine, we told him we could leave that as well.
Yes, that's where it started, yes.
Yes.
So the loose concrete, okay, I didn't know, what I heard was at first we said we leave the wall, but where did it come up with Saker said the landfill would take, if we told him we could leave the concrete in the ravine, where did the conversation come up with him taking it to landfill then?
Bill, do you know that?
So when we went and visited the work site and told him the wall could stay, we were going off the language of the contract, and that was made in good faith. And we took him at his word when he said, hey, we called the landfill and they're not taking any more concrete. I only just found out last week that they would have in fact taken that. So again, we were operating on good faith, Josh.
Yeah, so, I mean, I would suggest, you know, if you told me to leave the wall, that's fine, but I think the rest of the concrete needs to put it up before we pay it, and I think we can pay it once that's done.
I'm wondering if at this juncture, if it would be worth having Mr. Dickman go look at that just to get an engineer's perspective on that hillside. It is pretty notable.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll do that.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I will
Think
get
you
with.
guys would rather have it while the snow's on?
I will coordinate with Mr. Dickman to go out and view the property.
Okay.
And Mr. Saker, in light of the fact that the dump will take that concrete and said that they would have taken the concrete, will you agree to clean up that concrete? No, we're not talking about the wall. We're talking about the other chunks of concrete that are laying down there and the rubble that was left in the bottom, the 3 chunks of concrete that were up near the road, and the 3 chunks that were over near the trees, as far as I know. Is there anything else?
Yeah, the biggest one I saw was there was one with a window in it laying down. It was of a significant size that needs to be removed.
Okay. I'm going to quit abstaining. I think we got a good direction to go, right? Is everybody, are you guys good? Everything good now? Okay.
You ain't gonna be able to get machinery down in there on that steep slope until it dries out. You couldn't, my track hoe even going down through there, slide, trying to come up with it, it's nothing but mud. And then you gotta watch out for the water main, sitting right down in the bottom there. We don't wanna bust it.
I should still be abstaining. I don't think anybody's saying we have to do it right now.
You probably just might have to drag it up with a cable. That's what I would have done with my track loader. And yeah, that's what I would have done. No, you can't. No, you just, and since it has a window opening, you probably get a cable through that and bring it up out of that with the cable.
And if you're going to use a truck, use Greg's. If you're going to use a truck, use Greg's truck, not yours. Okay. Up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, guys. Where are we at on this thing, Diane? There's no public hearings, so we're going to go new business, and I'm going to go in reverse with you guys, if that's okay. We're going to go number 11, consideration of water rate analysis. So go ahead, Kelly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go
okay.
ahead. I'm gonna
Jimmy,
hand
get it
these
set up.
out.
We're taking another break. I kind of like this. Break time.
Taking a break.
Rachel, there's one there for you and Diane.
Okay.
All right, I see you.
That's Earl's rate study. Beat Earl's.
Okay.
Okay, Josh, you still with us?
Yes.
We took just a short break to make sure we've got everything up and running. Once all the commissioners are back, we'll be restarting the session.
Okay, thank you.
Have you been able to hear everybody okay so far? Have there been any times where you haven't been able to hear anybody?
There's a bit of an echo in the room, but I mostly can make you all out.
Okay. If at any point you want to mute us on Zoom, feel free to, in case there's too much of an echo. If we feel like you can't hear us, we'll probably make some sort of motion to indicate that we're trying to get your attention. So.
Okay.
Yeah. My phone was blowing up a minute ago. Yeah. Yes, school is canceled tomorrow. And so is church tomorrow night. Church, yeah. My dad would never cancel church. Dude, we had to go there every time, no matter how bad it was. Even if nobody else showed up. I was like, Dad, come on. He's like, yeah, but there might be one old lady who shows up and you don't want to be not there for her. There was a long line at the bathroom. Tim's drank half a Mountain Dew over there. He was. Okay. Yep.
Okay, we're back in session here. I've been wanting to use that gavel so bad. So, okay. Up next is consideration of water rate analysis. And Kelly, you going to speak on this, or do we have a gentleman here?
Yes. I don't know if you guys had ever looked at the rate study that if the commission has ever reviewed the rate study that was done by Pete Earls, engineering. I got that from Jason Dickman, and before I handed that out, we took that little break. But anyway, it's very good information. It does a really good job of projecting. Now, the one thing that there's a couple of things that we really need to do, and what we are looking to do with what it's called a rate or a study or a rate review is one thing we don't have on this, and I don't know if Jason and I talked to him a little bit whether Pete Earls could do it or not, is we need to establish our O&M and what our production costs are. If we can establish a base amount and know that we're what it costs us to produce water, or it costs us to literally run the sewer plant. Those base numbers are so important. Otherwise, what you're doing is you're going through a full year and you're just seeing whether you actually hit the mark by increase or by decrease. So in the initiation of this, we have a couple of compounding things. One is that we don't know what production costs are. And so that in and of itself also injures us in the fact that we don't have a projection of chemical costs or our now he does have, if you look through that, and I know it's been kind of quick, and we can talk, this can be an initiation of review, but the other thing that we've got to look at is, and Earls did this, is they looked at CIPs and some water line improvements and things of that nature, and they projected that in the back part of this booklet. If you can see that where it's got the pink lines in it, that's where your CIPs are. So that's where he starts amortizing some of that out. There's another element that's missing is the rate and impact, or things that we need to know about some of our compound as we continue to develop industry and commercial accounts, and what we need to be selling them water as. So the other thing, that's why we have Michael Brown is queued up. I'm sorry, not Michael. I just got through getting Michael and Carl mixed up. Sorry, Carl.
That's fine.
Yeah,
That's
Brown
fine.
and Michael Mix. Michael's here to answer any questions. But we talked with Carl, and this is good information, and it's stuff that can be used, and it's part of it, but it's not everything that we need is the problem. So if you want to do a rate study and want to have it accurate, where we actually are building off of it, and we can confidently tell our residents that yes, we did a comprehensive study, and this is the amount that it has to be. So not only we are what it costs us to produce water, but to maintain the system, okay, and the O&M of our employees. So it's really critical that we do this right at this time, and not just a halfway thing and guess, because we're doing one of two things: either we're losing money or we're overcharging, okay, which we don't want to do either. Okay, we need to be dead on the mark. So that's why Michael and I reached out to Carl, and anyway, but this, like I said, this is very good information, but it's not enough. Okay, so we can make an educated decision. Now we can go out there and just keep having the public throw money at this and saying that's a correct rate, but if we can tell them that it is because we have investigated it properly, then that's the honest thing to do. We just talked about that in trust and honesty here just a few moments ago. So anyway, that's why I'm going to let Michael's going to introduce Carl, and but anyway, we're going to kind of go into the other phase. I really do want you to look over Earl's. This is very, very good information as it projects out, CIPs and some of the things that we're already doing. But like I said, we're short a lot of information. Probably 60% of the information that we really need isn't calculated and tabulated. So, okay.
That's a lot of numbers to try to digest in one.
It really is, and that's why we now. And Jason can help you with that if you want to know. I mean, I've been up around engineers all my life as I've done construction. I grew up that way. And those, they can really help you, understand where you are and where you're going, but where you're at sometimes, it really takes a specialist, especially when you do a rate study of water, of developing that and what it costs to production, okay, production costs and distribution costs.
Michael, did you?
Yeah.
Or-
Good evening. I just wanted to introduce to you guys Carl Brown. He would have been with us in person this evening if it wasn't for the storm. So he's 3 hours away and decided not to get stuck here. So
it's a nice town, Carl. You might have liked it.
It is a nice town. So on December the 7th, I handed to you guys the official proposal from Mr. Brown. And I've waited this long to come back to you in order to give Kelly the opportunity to get oriented and start to breathe again after he landed. So Carl truly is a specialist. I feel like he can help us. And do you have any questions for Mr. Brown? Especially concerning the proposal that was presented.
Anyone have any questions? It sounds like there's not a lot of questions. My only concern is this. We have recently raised our water rates. We raised them a bunch, and we haven't even got our feet wet with that yet.
No, and we're not looking to raise it anymore. We just want to know what we're looking at and for production. And one of the things I do know from being on the board of 23, District 23, chemical is not going to stay the same, which we also need to understand that. But the other thing of it is some of this is really good information in the beginning as we amortize out these other elements. Does that make sense? Carl can actually speak into some of this if we want him to.
Yeah, Carl, if you want to give us just a little brief of what you would deliver, and what was the figure? Was it $21,000 or something like that? 22.
22.
I remember it somewhere around there. Go ahead, Carl.
Okay.
Sell it to us.
I'm going to go ahead and show you that proposal. Do you all see proposal for water, sewer, and stormwater rate analyses?
Not quite. It appears to be extraordinarily small on our side.
Uh-oh.
That's right. We all have a copy.
I think it's under tab 11 in the books.
Okay, if you have it in, all right. So and you can look at it in your commission booklet if you want to, but I'll show you a few pieces of the proposal. But I'm going to kind of summarize rate analysis for you a little bit as compared to other things. There's a thing that I usually call a rate calculation, which can be as simple as what you do when you do budgeting every year. You come up with a budget, and maybe the next year's budget is looking like it will be 3% more than what your current year was projected at. And if it really does turn out that way, normally you should increase your rates and major fees by 3% to match the 3% extra that the budget is going to cost the next year. And it's also best, if you can time it that way, to have the new rates start at the same time that the new budget starts. Makes it a whole lot easier for you to track the performance of the new rates as compared to the budget. But if your expenses are going to go up and you don't have very much in reserve to be able to cover a few months until the new budget year comes along and you adopt the new rates, then you should go ahead and adopt rates when it's the most opportune time. Try not to use up reserves any more than you need to. But that's a rate calculation. There are a few other variations that you could still call a rate calculation, but then we graduate up to what I usually call, and what a lot of folks call, a rate study, which is a little more involved. It normally will look at what's going to happen with capital improvements. And in fact, it normally really focuses on capital improvement costs and new debt costs, because very commonly a rate study is done by maybe the engineering firm or some other engineering firm, because an engineering firm is designing some capital improvements for you, fixes to infrastructure, that sort of thing. So very commonly a rate study is very capital improvements cost oriented. They also usually don't look very far into the future. Sometimes they only look, they look to finish out the current fiscal year, or they may look to finish out the next year, so the budget for the next year. But they don't normally look very far into the future, and they're not too concerned most of the time with rate structure, whether the rates in the future will be fairly structured or not. Rate analysis is a step or a few steps up from rate study. Rate analysis basically looks at everything that your rates might affect, or everything that might affect your rates. So essentially, rate analysis is it's a big mathematical process to model in virtual reality what your real reality is going to be or might become. So rate analysis, to make it real simple to describe, is aimed at coming up with a spreadsheet model, or it could be a database model, but I do almost all of my modeling with Excel spreadsheets linked into a whole lot of other Excel spreadsheets, like your financial statements and things like that. I build a model that virtually and mathematically depicts your financial rates, capital improvements, repair and replacement scheduling, staffing, operating costs, cost to produce, everything else. It virtually replicates what really is going on. And then based on what you think is going to happen in the future, I go into future years of the model and adjust expenses, adjust incomes, adjust things that you think might be different. Now, there are different levels of importance of those future things that may change, and some future things or some things may change in the future depending on other things. I'm talking about generating scenarios of what your future might be like. So if, for example, you are, because you have an engineering firm on board, I assume they're designing something for you, or they will be designing something for you. And it may well be that if they get that designed in time and you all apply and you satisfy the COVID pandemic recovery gods and all that sort of thing, it may be that you would get what we otherwise would call a grant to be able to pay for, in this case, a really big part of that improvement. So you do an improvement to the treatment plant or collection lines or distribution lines or some part of your infrastructure, you may well be able to qualify for pandemic recovery funding to pay for. It would probably be a very high percentage of the improvements you do. And then you would borrow the balance, or you would take the balance out of reserves. You probably also would raise rates to cover your share. You would do those sorts of things. One scenario might have you getting 25% of the cost of the project in the form of grants. Another scenario might be 50%. A third might be 75%. There may be other kinds of things that could happen over the next 10 years. Each of those could be a scenario, or you could combine several that are related or maybe not related, but you just think that group of things may happen, and that becomes a scenario. Another, which I happen to know, a rate analyst programmer, or excuse me, an asset management programmer, Arnav Bhowmick, with Activov Asset Management. I know he's been talking to some of your staff about his asset management tracking program, which is a fantastic program, by the way. Arnav could potentially work with you all. You'd subscribe to his program, and then you'd figure out how to manage assets more efficiently, more effectively, how to time equipment repair and replacement more efficiently, how to get the most out of your infrastructure. And it might be, it doesn't usually work this way, but it might be that you could save money right off the bat. it's pretty darn likely that over a 10-year modeling period, you would end up saving money by being able to track your assets, time replacements, refurbishment, all sorts of things better because of that program. Subscribing to, and this is not necessarily RNAP's, it could be some other firm's asset management tracking program. It might be that subscribing, having to pay a subscription fee to their program, would be a cost, but it may enable you to save more money in the expenses that you have to pay for, so you have a net savings. If that were the case, or if it was projected to be the case, I can model that. That's another scenario. So imagine anything that might happen to your water system, or your sewer system, or your stormwater system, and that could be a scenario that you may want to have modeled. Now, various things, when they happen to your utility, costs go up, costs go down, savings, whatever, those things change the nature or the blend of your costs, fixed versus variable versus system development costs, that sort of thing. As your cost structure changes, you should change your rate structure to match. If you want to have cost to serve rates, most rate analyses at least start with a cost of service calculation of rates. So the fixed costs get recovered in the minimum charge, unit costs or variable costs get recovered in the unit charge, system development costs, the cost to build, capacity to serve customers, gets recovered usually in a combination of system development fees. Connection fees is probably what you call it. Connection fees or system development fees, and then a surcharge to the minimum charge based on a criteria of capacity to serve. My favorite is meter size, because the American Water Works Association has done really great studies on sustainable peak flow of different types and sizes of meters. Rate analysis does not just show you how high your revenues need to be to cover all your costs, build proper reserves, that sort of thing. It also shows you the structure that you should be charging so that you're charging customers fairly. Or if it's a variation of fair based on the actual cost to serve, then, and if your reasoning for having a different structure can be explained logically, then that becomes your criterion for cost of service rates. That all goes into the model. Now, where the modeling for cost of service or some other sort of rate analysis is that it projects it out for a pretty long time. I'd say for at least 5 years. I project out almost all costs and incomes for 10 years. So your rates would be well known from the beginning. And then you know, it's basically a financial and rates roadmap. You know what you're going to need to do to your rates in the next 10 years as well, because you see the projection of what is probably, hopefully, maybe you don't want it to happen, but it probably will, what will happen in the future. As you go through time, you can adjust your rates as I would end up recommending if all of the things, or at least all of the major expenses and incomes, came to pass as we projected. So if I projected your expenses were going to go up 3.5%, you just raise all major rates and fees by 3.5%. So the minimum charge, unit charge, system development fees, and so on, you would raise them 3.5% to match inflation. If they came in differently, then you could adjust your future rates by some different percentage. So, in the proposal, I covered water, sewer, and stormwater. In the proposal, I covered water, sewer, and stormwater. And I described to you what a water rate analysis is. And by extension, that's what the other analyses are. They're just for a different utility. Also, by the way, I price on a lump sum basis for almost all of my projects based on the service that you all would want. So if you wanted a water rate analysis and a sewer rate analysis, for example, you choose service package 1 and service package 2. They're the same thing, rate analysis, just for a different utility. And I think someone mentioned something about what would the fee be for doing these things. That's on the last page of the narrative part of the proposal. So the water rate analysis worked out to $7,201. The full fee for that is $9,601. Basically, I scoped the project with Michael to figure out how much work I was going to be doing to do that service package. And then I applied the hourly rate that I used for calculating fees. So it's $96.01. But you all, the city, is a member system of Kansas Rural Water. I have a working relationship with Kansas Rural Water for rate analysis, which we call the Kansas Rates Program. So for member systems of Kansas Rural Water, for being a member, you get a 25% discount on all my fees. So that worked out to $72.01. I averaged the work for all three of those, so all of them are each $72.01. An on-site visit, you all are only about a 3.5 hour drive. It's a day trip for me. I'll just come back late if you're having an evening meeting. So that worked out to $864. And then if you see in the yellow highlighted section, $22,466. That's if you have me do water, sewer, and stormwater rate analyses. And you have me do, I think it was one on-site visit. However many it works out to be $22,466. Rarely do my clients need more than one on-site visit for me. I just come to your commission meeting and present the final report, describe to you the important parts, answer questions, do that sort of thing.
Hey, Carl, can you
So
take a
that's-
question on that?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, just a question going back to the pricing. I understand how you've kind of bundled it all together, but are those 72-1 prices valid as well? If, let's say, we went a la carte and said maybe we want service packages 1 and service packages 3, or does the price go up unless they're all three bundled together?
No, if you want 1 and 3 and one on-site visit, you add those 3 different prices together, and that's what you'd end up paying.
Yeah, and also I was looking for similar sized cities and some of the services that you guys have provided kind of in the references that you put out there. Are those folks that, I don't know, maybe Kelly already has, have you reached out to any of these folks that we received in the reference package, kind of get an idea, especially the ones that are a couple years old as far as, how did it work out for them?
No, I was kind of seeing it going on Michael's recommendation. I hadn't had a chance to. I just got this put together here the last, I don't know, I think I spoke with Pete about it, and then that's when he told me about Earl's, and I got the information from Earl's. Wanted you guys to be thinking on it, but anyway,
Yeah, Michael, have you talked to any other municipalities?
I did reach out to Elmer with Kansas Rural Water Association, since he works so closely with such a wide range of communities all across Kansas. And I have a list, several different lists of communities that we can contact, but I haven't contacted the communities themselves, only Elmer. And Elmer definitely, Kansas Rural Water and Elmer himself, this is who they would recommend for any community in Kansas.
Well, that's what I feel. I mean, this is all good information, and I think we want to be right with our prices. We don't want to overcharge. We don't want to undercharge. We want to make sure the money goes where it's supposed to go. So I think that I would like personally. I need a little more time to chew this over before we start ordering anything. Just getting this information Friday and now hearing the presentation and what you're going to provide. Is this not something we have current staff that can? I mean, I'm just sitting here thinking.
Well, Mayor, it's something that actually, good point that came up. Carl, since a lot of this information we can already provide that's been done, has that been taken into account, or could that actually reduce our fees any?
I did figure that at least some of the data and information that the engineering firm gathered, it would also go into what I need. Now, my work, it actually mainly saves you all time in gathering data and information because I don't pick up and drive down to Fort Scott and myself gather the data and information. I just guide your folks in what data and information that I need. I also included a data need sheet with the proposal that I sent to you. And I list in that the almost all the data and information I need. There are a few other small things that'll come up as we develop modeling, but that gives you some guidance on what I need. You're going to find that you've already gathered at least some of that, like the capital improvements planning. Your engineering firm, between them and Michael, they're the ones who have the best grip, I suspect, on what needs to be done.
I think
so some of that, maybe all of it, is already available.
I think Jason wants to speak on that part, if you would, Jason.
Yeah, if I could. I just want to, I guess, since Kelly got that compiled report fairly recently, that's why he passed that out. And, just to clarify, I think a lot of the data that Mr. Brown would need, which was part of his package, I think we've kind of collected that over time. So I think starting back in April, we basically did a rate analysis under our on-call agreement. So we analyzed data from 2017 to the current year, and then went out to 2038. So essentially a 20-year kind of look based on kind of what he said, working on what are the needs of the systems. So there's some big projects that are needed. We've looked at some sewer stuff. We got an I&I issue. Water lines are getting old and constantly having to be repaired. So a lot of that, you're trying to budget capital improvements across all those years, and you look at debt service. So I think all that stuff has been gathered and compiled. And so, yeah, I agree with the mayor where, you need to look at what you've got now and see what Mr. Brown can do to probably enhance that possibly, or maybe we've already got that data. We just need to get it to you in a more usable form. Like Kelly said, he wants to be able to say, what's our O&M per system? What's the cost of doing business, let's call it. So how much does it cost to produce a gallon of water?
Absolutely.
Treated water. So I feel like we probably have all that information. It's just not pulled out.
Computed yet, yeah. And that's
So
what I feel like with.
I don't want you to spend money that you've already essentially spent.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Done.
We have you as well as Michael and staff. I think we can work on that at this point in time and see where we get with it. And then if we need help, we can contact this gentleman to get further
Yeah, I
help.
agree. I think he does a great job, and if that, Mr. Brown's specialty, clearly he's got that figured out. So
Yeah, I mean,
I
and
don't
we're.
discount that.
I mean, in my opinion, we're trying to be good stewards of the community's money, so I don't want to spend extra money if it's something we can muscle up and do. That's my opinion.
Yes,
I agree with that, Kevin. They're saying this is all the data we already have ourselves. Basically, Carl's just going to put it in a prettier format for us. I think it's a lot of stuff we can do in-house and not sell ourselves short. Like I said, we have the data. we can just put it together.
Okay, anyone else got a comment? Thank you, Josh.
Yeah, I think that in our, just take our sanitary sewer ordinance, clearly states that that we do this in-house, and we keep a running count of what we're bringing in and what we're spending, and we review it every 6 months. And it clearly states in there that if we're not producing enough income to cover our needs, then we raise the rates. It also states that if we're charging too much, we reduce the rates. And that's an in-house thing. And that, you know, that's just part of what we do. And that's how we should handle all of our utilities, so that we do know what it's costing us. Without that tracking, we don't know what it's costing. And you know, I don't see how we could ever get on a cost basis without knowing all those numbers. So I think that's what we should do. I mean, personally, along with Jason and Earl's Engineering, and we're all on the same page. But anyhow, I think we're on the right track. I think we just need to do what's expected of us.
Okay, anyone else? I feel like we appreciate you coming on with us and explaining it all to us. And I kind of lost you at hello, but I know you're excited about your job. So I got mixed up in all the numbers and everything, but I do that pretty easily. So appreciate you coming on and trying to help us out, and we'll discuss it amongst ourselves and get with Michael and possibly get back with you.
All right. Before I sign off, I'd like to leave you with a couple of things.
Sure.
And this is whether you hire me to do rate analysis for you or not. One is I did water, sewer, and stormwater for Bonner Springs, Kansas. That one is probably the closest to what you all are going to be like. And I emailed that report to the staff that I talked to this afternoon. So I hope the staff will share that with you. I think you'll find that pretty on point for what it is that I'd end up doing for you all for those 3 utilities. The other thing I want to tell you about, and this is for your do-it-yourself rate setting every several months or once a year or thereabouts. I wrote a guide recently. It's called the Rate Setting Best Practices Guide. And let me see if I can get that shared up so you can see it. Okay, do you see that Rate Setting Best Practices Guide?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can go to my website and just click on the freebies link, and you will see that listed there. The Rate Setting Best Practices Guide starts off, especially the first chapter, is really focused on the things that you all need to do, or at least need to be aware of for rate setting purposes. So how to structure rates, how to make sure you're raising enough money, all the things that need to be included. It's the things that you all need to do. So as you do your own rate calculations, and when I do rate analysis, I don't do it every year for a client. I do it once, and then they're good to go for about 5 or 7 years or so. So if you'll have a look at that guide, then it will help you, whether you hire me or not, do all of those rate adjustments that you all need to do on your own. And then it'll help you when you're looking at other things having to do with rate analysis. So that thing should help you, I think.
Okay.
Other than that, do your considerations and whatever. And if you're good to go with what you've got, or maybe with some tweaking, then that's good. I'm a believer in everybody getting adequate and fair rates, whether they hire me or not. That's why I train at Kansas Rural Water and a lot of other places a whole lot of times, because I'd like to make sure that folks are getting the right rates. You all, the city, utility, but also your rate payers.
Well, we appreciate you coming on tonight and discussing it with us. And like I said, we'll have staff be with you and let you know what's going on.
Very good. If it's snowing where you're at right now, be careful driving home.
Well, we appreciate that. You stay warm where you're at. Okay.
I'm going to sign off of our meeting.
Okay. Have a good evening. Number 10 is consideration to send out for bids the 3 water line projects we've been discussing. Kelly?
What I'd like to do, we took some time, I think, a couple of meetings ago to prioritize our water lines. And we came up with probably the most important one is the loop down there at the industrial park. And what I'd like to try to do, if we can, is maybe try to manage that one in-house and take the other 2 and bundle them for our funding at CDBG and try to get that in our annual grant like we did on the sewer. So this year we would go to Kayak and get grant funding on the other 2. And what I would propose is that we still have, even after the things we've used and been blessed to be able to use our ARPA money with, we would be able to manage this smaller loop and then still probably do some of the things that the staff's wanting to do with Vector truck, even if we have to put a little of that or add a little money out of pocket to do some of that. But I think it might be important to look at the loop as an individual, kind of break that out, because as we go to funding and grant funding with the other 2, there'll be 23 projects. So just understand, I think it's very needful that we do these 12-inch lines, especially the ones that go under the highway, 69, and then down the side. Talked to Bill about Inke about doing some of the 2-inch lines in-house, and we're getting a dig team put together to do our own digging on that. But anyway, and I don't know if this is also something that we could maybe look at doing some of this in-house on that loop down there. As we're getting a dig team put together, we've hired some really good diggers. So, but I'd like to, whatever we do, I'd like to take the 2 and the 3 as the priorities that we set and go ahead and start moving forward with those so we can move those towards financing.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's smart to consider, take bids into consideration, and then if it's something we don't feel like we can afford, then we can do it in-house.
Right. But I think we need to start moving forward on those. So if we end up going to finance with them, it's latest it's a 23 project without dragging any further.
Are we talking about in-house using our street crews to do waterline work?
Well, not the street crews. I think Brad can kind of speak into this a little bit. We've hired a couple of good hands that are good operators. Now, they'll also be helping Bill with water lines and the street crew, but we probably have enough to make 2 teams. We'll be running crack sealing crew. Well, I know 3, but 2 street teams. I'll be one team on the potholer and the chip seal machine, and then the other on the crack seal. And then, or if they're crack sealing, they're waiting on something, they can be raising bricks. So we have enough for 2 teams on the streets and a 3rd team that's a dig team. So whether they're helping Bill or they're digging something else or doing point repairs on sewer, we'd like to get an in-house dig team going. And I think that's one of the things we talked about that's a huge expense is paying mobilization and dig teams to do stuff that we could probably do in-house.
Sure. I feel like the one out in the industrial park, especially, could be possibly handled in house.
The other one was the boring. Is
Yeah, the 6th Street. We're not going to be boring that.
Yeah, that's beyond us. But the digging that we can do in house, we have the Vector and looking at a possible another Vector. What we can save with the equipment that we have, the team that we have, then I think it's going to be really.
And you're wanting to send all 3 of these water line projects out to bid?
Well, just the 2.
Just the 2. Okay.
Yeah, just numbered our second priority and our third priority, which is the second one. I think was the 12-inch that goes under 69.
Right.
And then the third one is it goes down National or State. I'm sorry, State Street. Yeah.
Right.
A little further out.
Well,
Sorry.
on the agenda it said 3, so I wanted to make sure it was just 2.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we'd pull that one out of it, and it, probably if we can do that in house. But we're going to still hit those streets real hard, Pete. We're married to that.
Well,
and we don't want to take away from that, but we also want to be as efficient.
Yeah.
Well, my thing is too. I don't want to, have too many people, and then we got one man standing around and 2 working. So we've Brad's met with them about a priority of team strategies.
Yeah, here's what I think. I think that Brad and Kelly have been working hard with them. We do have some good hands hired on now that are going to be operators. We spoke about this when we first came on about, getting back to where we did a lot of the work. It saved us a lot of money. 20 years ago, we did all the work. So we want to kind of phase back into that. And I think this is a great opportunity for us to show that we can do it. So, such as the bridge project. They said we couldn't do the bridge, and we got it done, and we saved a bunch of money. So let's, I think this is great that we're going to do at least one of them. We're not going to be able to bore. So let's, if there's no further discussion, I'll entertain a bid to go to bid.
The motion.
Well, I see this gavel and I think about bidding all the time. So I'll entertain a motion.
To do what?
To go to bid for the water line, for the 2 water lines.
Just 2 and 3?
Just for the 2.
2 and 3.
All right.
We'll do one in-house.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to go out to bid for project priority number 2 and 3.
Do you want to call them by the? It would. Okay.
Well, I've got it over here in front of me.
Well, they're listed here as 2 and 3. I believe.
Yeah, the 12-inch water line that crosses under.
12-inch water line that crosses under 69 Highway, and then the job out near the industrial park is the other one.
The third one is a 12-inch water line that runs parallel to
National. Okay, yeah, I'll make a motion to
To
go out to
State
bid
Street.
for those 2 projects, and then
State Street.
State Street and a review of accomplishing the other project in-house.
I'll second that.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
Pete Allen.
Yes.
Yes.
Matthew Wells.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes. Number 9, consideration to purchase an asphalt emulsion storage tank.
Before you in section 9 there, we were able to come up with, Commissioner Allen, I was able to come up with 2 vendors. One is a heated tank from Seal Master, and the other is an emulsion tank, a total tank by Emulsion Storage Systems by the Warren Power. Anyway, the one that came up the most reasonable is the total tank emulsion storage system. It's a 7,000 gallon tank. Now, the tank from Seal Master did not, is that right? Master Seal? But anyway, they do not make a 7,000 gallon tank. Now, when your semi-tankers come out, they're carrying 6,000 gallons right at. You usually have a little in your tank when you run it down. 8,000 is a lot more tank to heat. That's a lot more tank to stir. They only had a 6,000 and 8,000. So the 6,000 is too small because if you have anything left over, we had a load come out one time, then we had to literally dump some of it, and that makes a terrible situation. So the 7,000 is an ideal size, but as it goes, I believe that the price in and of itself ended up
Almost $10,000 cheaper.
almost $10,000 cheaper, and both of them were FOB to Fort Scott. So
is that with us doing the concrete pad that's going to be required?
on either one, yeah, we'd have to have some type of, and the guys were talking about pouring a concrete retaining wall around it too, for containment. But that way we can get our machine up close. We could either go with the berm or concrete, and berm kind of puts you a little further away. It's hard to get your trailer up there. So, but this would allow us to really get after it. And I was talking to Jerry, and he said that typically, when they would just do potholing, they would go through a tank on the trailer per 2 days. But the way that we're talking about having them do road smoothing and leveling, they may probably go through a tank a day.
Yeah, I mean, 250 gallon does not last long when you start throwing it on the ground. And that's when they were driving back and forth to Kansas City to fill that up. That's out of control. That's a huge waste of time. If this is something we need it. It's, the county, we've been working with them as far as using their facility to store some in. And
the fella's already gotten a load or getting a load and using county's facility to go ahead and get set off with that and get going so that we can go ahead and start moving.
Right.
But
right.
it's going to take a little bit to get this tank. The lead time, I think he said, is it says on there, is 90 to 120 days is the lead time. So we're.
And you said the 7,000 or 6,000?
This is 7.
7.
6 is too small. 8's a lot to heat.
Right.
So extra. So this is about the right size. And anyway, so it'd be 4 months out already. So they've already set it up where we can use county's storage tank to go ahead and get our emulsion.
Sure.
So why can't we use the county's tank just going forward and not purchase one?
Well, we can. Genuine, and you want your own. The county does not have heat or stirring capacity or ability. And what happens is if that sets for any length of time, it starts separating. And those are just storage tanks. So the guys will get that and they'll have to really hit it hard and fast. But your second load, you may not use it that much. And if you have any carryover at all, say you had 2/3 or a third of a tank of emulsion, you're going to have to get rid of it somehow because you can't carry it over without a way to stir it, heat it to get it out of that tank. That's the other thing is it's really, really a lot better to put some heat in that and be able to heat that to get that out because it's gravity flow, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. But have we took into consideration how are we heating this? Natural gas?
It's electric.
Electric? Yeah. And do they have cost studies as far? We just talked about cost studies. Can they give us an idea what it's going to take to heat that thing through a winter month?
Well, you only heat it when you want to get ready to use it. You're not heating it and then stirring it continually.
But if you've got 6,000 gallon, I mean, I'm just trying to put this through my head. If you've got 6,000 gallon, how long does it take to heat the 6,000 gallon to where it'll stir, Pete? Do they tell you that?
Well, the material is it is constantly heated. You don't let it cool and you heat it up. You keep it at a constant temperature so that you're ready to go. You don't order material until you've got 30 days work lined up, and then you order material and you get it in and then you use it. And so it's not a huge factor. We try not to keep this material over the winter or anything of that sort. We get it, we use it, and then we refill it when we need to, when we want to. So it's not something, Skids, that we're going to try to keep 6,000 gallons in stock over the winter.
That's what I was. That's
It'll
what I was
be empty
saying. Right.
Come December, come November. the tank will be empty and it'll be cleaned out and stored and ready for the next year.
Kind of like the machine itself.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
like, same thing.
But you might hit a section in the summer that's too hot, and you're out there doing other things, so you come back in a month or so. But yeah, Pete's right. You got to keep it stirred. But in those hot months, obviously you don't have to heat it.
Right.
So that's the other thing too. And you know, I'm not sure necessarily that the county necessarily wants us tying up their tanks continuously either.
Well, they, from the people that I've spoke to out there, they're not concerned with that. If we borrow their facilities to store it at this point.
No, I know, but I mean long term, year after year.
Right.
Well, there's a time too.
I don't think the county has a problem. I think they talked to you before, and I know you said it didn't have to heat or disturb, but it seems to work fine for them. So I guess I'm a little confused on how it works fine for them, but it wouldn't work fine for us.
Well, I think what we're doing is using a little different product, and I believe that they told us that once we get started, they want to come look at our system and what we're doing.
Yeah, as we progress, at different times of the year, we use different products. There's slow set, there's fast set, and at different times of the year, you have to for quality materials, you have to take into account the time of the year, the temperatures, and all. And the county only has one particular mix
Barrel,
and that's it. And that's not the way we want to do it.
Well, this by far would be the most. Go ahead, Josh.
The county does change it up, and they use those Advanced Brothers recommendations what they told me.
Yeah, and they use a summer heat system rather than a heater, which that's typically what you do in every tank. But I don't know that they would be able to do some of the things we would be able to do with a heated tank.
No, the heated tank's obviously the most professional way to go, but they have a heated blanket. They said they throw on it.
Really?
Yeah, they throw blankets on theirs, right, Pete?
Yeah.
Yeah, they just have heated blankets that they heat it up with. So was there any other questions, comments? Tim's coming back. I'm going to give him an opportunity. Do you have any more questions or comments, Tim?
Can we get this money out of the lake fund?
Tim, would you like to go back to your break?
I'll make a motion for
Tim,
that,
would
Matt,
you-
if you'll second
Tim,
it.
would you go back to your break, please?
We could buy the nice one with that kind of money.
Yeah, no doubt. Okay, so what are we looking at here? We entertaining a motion to. Are you suggesting that we buy this, Kelly?
Well, I think it's in our benefit to have it on site and be able to load and offload, and the guys come in and then head back out. Go to lunch, then head back out with loading up their trailer. I think in temporary need and things like that, the county would be a great resource. But long term, I don't think it's right that we lean on them to heat it for us and some of that.
Well, and you're exactly right. I mean, it would be nice to start getting our own things like this, and I'd love to see eventually with lean-tos built, sheds to where they can get a lot of that equipment in, out of the weather, and really, get public works fixed the way it should be.
Yeah, even if it's some of the tarp sheds.
Right.
But right now, with the amount of work that we want to try to get done this coming summer on the roads, I think this is going to be a huge benefit to the city.
Sure.
As far as road repair goes.
Well, I think so, but my question would be, what's total, like $60,000? Where is that coming out of the general fund, or where is that coming from?
What that'll come out of is obviously where we would, in the 1 cent or the sales tax, where we'd take streets money out of, but so we have to buy buy a tank.
Sure.
Sure.
But,
I mean, that's where the street fund was where I thought it was coming from.
well, you can't take it out of the special streets because they can't buy equipment. But we can out of the sales taxes designated for streets.
Okay. Josh, did you have anything else?
No, I'm just, a year ago we were talking about how we could save money using the county. It seems like now we're getting away from that. Just back to county just spending I'm not really for it to explore the option with the county more.
Okay. Oh, go ahead, Jason. Jason Dickman has a comment.
I know you guys talked about this last meeting a little bit, and they did exhaustive study with equipment and Vance Brothers, and I think the key point, I think Matthew kind of hit it a little bit. The maintenance plan that you approved for the streets didn't exist before when you were using the county. Now it exists, and if you want to do 100 blocks a year, the county just can't. I don't think it's set up for that. And then you have control of what you're doing. It's a maintenance program. That upfront, everything has an upfront cost, right? So you're going to be able to move forward, have that equipment, and make that happen, and not interrupt the county because they've got X number of miles of road.
Sure.
They've got a plan to take care of. So I feel like you're changing the way you're doing maintenance, and the needs that you're going to be putting on the county are going to be so great. I just don't think they can do it.
And
they might want to.
And I'll kind of go along with that comment as well, Josh. We've talked about this before, and one of the things that would happen with this tank, like right now, we're still relying on the county with their truck to go up and pick up that material, and we would be leaning on them again to deliver the material to that tank that we would purchase. But if we had this tank, then we would call the tanker in. They'd come in, offload, and get out of the way. And it could possibly be something that, maybe in the future we would have bartering power with the county to use out of our tank. And if their tank became obsolete, and then they could just, like pave Cooper Street or something for us,
Yeah, I hear what you guys saying. It just seems like a lot of this. Maybe we can do this, maybe we can do that. All I'm saying is, why don't we get that stuff figured out first before we go spend $70,000?
So are you making a motion to table it till next meeting? Or what do you, what's?
I don't think. Yeah, I'll make the motion to table it.
I don't think.
Oh, hold on, Josh.
You're in the middle of a vote, isn't that correct, Diane?
No.
No, there was no
Okay,
motion.
all right,
Nobody's
never mind.
motion.
You can do whatever you want. I just thought you were in the middle of a vote and she called the vote. Okay.
Bob,
Bob.
did you make a motion?
Bob just tuned in. Hold on.
No, just trying to make sure. we follow
I'm
over.
just looking for whether somebody would like to make a motion to purchase it, or whether somebody wants to make a motion to do whatever. I'm just saying if there's any further.
I'll make a motion to table it until we get further information from the county.
Is that going to hinder us in any way, Kelly?
Yeah, you're going to suffer a huge setback.
That's what I
I'm going to
figured.
be honest with you.
Yeah.
And I hear you, Josh, but I know the county promises a lot of stuff, but what they're able to deliver is another thing. And you're going to be rolling hot, and you're going to be trying to get ahead of sealing streets that we promised people, and this is really going to set us back. Because we're back to talking and discussing rather than doing. But I'm just sorry. I'm not trying to tell you how to do things.
Well, that's the problem. It should have been discussed whenever Pete brought this up 6 months ago. It hasn't been. And now it's brought to us with no discussion going on. This is probably ran into it last year. Things get brought up, no discussion, and they come back all of a sudden. And now they're saying we're time dilemma.
And I guess my only question on that would be, when you say it's going to be a huge setback, is like 2 week setback?
Well, you may miss. I mean, you can start. What's going to do is slow you down where you may miss your window of getting your streets coated this year.
And the quote's only good for 30 days.
There's been no second to the motion. That's correct.
Right.
So that means I can still make a motion, correct? Right. I'm going to motion that we go ahead and move forward on this tank, because we have promised the citizens that we're going to get some work done on these roads this year. And I don't want to put it off till next year because we didn't make a decision and make an action and move forward. So my motion is that we move forward with this tank so that we can get the roads repaired this year that we're promising the citizens that we will get accomplished.
I'll second that motion.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Tim Van Hooky,
Yes.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
You know, and I just want to say, to go off what Matt said, that even if we didn't do this, we could still get it done as promised by the citizens. So I just want to reiterate that the county's been grateful and helped us out a lot. So, you know.
Kevin Allen.
Yeah, and I'll reiterate what Josh said. County's been amazing to work with. They've really helped us out a bunch. And I think the only thing that I think, Josh, is that by having this, it's going to put us one step closer just to being more of a city unit and more of a professional way to get this material delivered and get it down faster. And I mean, this is kind of, what I do as well, as far as knowledge or whatever. So, not meaning to ride the fence or anything. I would think that I'm okay with purchasing it. So I would say yes.
You know, and I just want to say, Kevin, just remember this, because in 2 or 3 years, that this machine's not sitting out back, not being used like possible extended farm in the past.
Do what now?
Well, we talked over last year about high-dollar equipment being purchased and then never being used and being forgot about. So let's just make sure this doesn't happen to this as well.
Oh, absolutely, Josh. I will back that 1,000,000%. We just as we talked about the crack filler, that thing sat in that barn for 10, 20 years back there, not knowing where it was at. But now we got it out. Now we're moving. The only thing we have to do, as far as yourself and myself and the rest of the commissioners, is make sure that even if we're not even on this panel, that thing's being used. So I agree with you 100%. Okay, up next.
Number 8.
Number 8, consideration of survey of land, Bourbon County landfill.
I think Jason can speak into that they have the capability and the ability to do that and to move forward in the land transaction. I think that's what they're wanting is the county is wanting that to be surveyed.
Right, find out how many acres we actually have and all that.
So you need a certified boundary survey on that 13 acres?
I believe that's what Peter said you guys were capable of doing that.
Yeah. I'll have to get you, I guess, basically a quote and a schedule to do that, if that's okay.
Yeah, you're going to get us a quote to do it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So is that something we should go to bid for, or do we just get a quote from Jason to survey it?
I don't, and I think ag engineers have suffered some
a loss.
Setbacks. Thank you.
Right.
Matthew.
Okay.
And I don't know of a lot of other surveyors in the area. The guys in Independence, they're good, but I think they're covered up, kind of like a lot of everybody else.
Is
We
that
can
Cornerstone?
try. I don't know how fortunate we'll have to be able to get anybody outside of Earl's.
So we'll send that to Kelly.
Yes. Okay, that'll move that along if we can get that surveyed to figure out. And I think we're really close on an agreement with the county on that too. So I think that'll be a great thing. Number 7, consideration of demolition bids, 619 Ransom, and I will step out of the room.
Okay, looking at 619 Ransom, I don't recall there being a basement underneath it over there. I think it's just a garage with no utilities or anything hooked up to it. So I would make a motion to accept the bid from Dave's Demolition for $800 without dump fees.
I'll second that.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Tim Van Hooky,
Yes.
Josh Jones,
Yes.
Pete Allen.
Yes.
Can we make sure, though, that from now on, all of the new demo contracts are going to be reworded? Or do we have the opportunity to do that before we put any of these details now.
We do. Actually, even before this happened, I had already been talking with Kelly, Mark McCoy when he was still in his capacity, as well as Bill Downey. And those will be. And another thing we said we were going to add to it was the word shall or will be done.
Yes,
Yeah.
Love it.
Anybody tell him he could come back in?
Tell him we're going to skip the docks if he doesn't come. We would not do that, people. We love the lake.
Can we store the emulsion in the pontoons of the new docks? Kind of a multitasker.
That's so wonderful.
Okay. Up next on the agenda is discussion of docks at the Lake Fort Scott.
Doug Gunn is here to speak into that.
Okay.
All right, so I'm just here to update you guys on the dock process and where we stand on it and give you some information. I've reached out to Fish and Wildlife, and there are grants available that would possibly help pay for docks out at the lake, except for the timing. It might not be what you guys are looking for. Their grant doesn't let until beginning of summer, so that's when they do most of their granting after they get their funding from fishing licenses and boatings and things like that. So I do have a quote from a company, and I'm waiting for a couple quotes from other companies. I don't want to give you those numbers in the public forum just in case we go out to bid for these. If I give you a number, then that kind of sets
Sure.
the market for it. So, but I can share that with Kelly as I get the quotes from the different vendors, and he can disseminate that out to you guys so that you know dollar figure wise what we're looking at.
Yeah, and I suppose it'll make a difference too if we're bidding 3 docks, 5
Right.
docks,
Yeah,
1
it
dock.
definitely will. Yeah. And then with that discussion comes, priorities at the lake. What is going to be the priorities? Are we doing utilities? Are we doing docks? Because if we spend money on docks, then we're going to take some funding from, say, getting water lines or sewer lines or RV dump station, things like that. So just narrowing down from you guys what the focus is going to be out there, what we're going to kind of streamline the direction that we want to go for. And
Doug, are
then
we looking at adding additional docks or just replacing the existing docks over by the boat ramp?
what was brought to me was 4 additional docks.
Can you show me on the lake map where the other docks would go?
That's something that I was not aware of, like where the actual.
I mean, I know where the 2 are by the boat ramp.
Right.
I use those myself. I mean, I didn't know if we could get by with a repair on those until the grant money was available or not, but I'd be curious to know where the other docks are going.
Yeah. Is this map? Yeah, that's not map, isn't upside down. Okay, so yeah, you're right, Tim. The 2 docks, we actually have 3 docks. So you got 2 here at the loading ramp, and then 1 over here at
Like a fishing dock.
Yeah. This one actually could be swimming and fishing right here, and you're not supposed to swim off these, but you've got 1 dock for the public right there. We had talked. Here's the beach right here. We would love to have a dock right there for the beach people, to where they could actually have handicap accessibility to get down to that dock, and make this one actually handicap accessible to where somebody could load off from that dock onto a pontoon or what have you if they were wheelchair accessible. There used to be a dock. I have trouble with maps. There used to be a dock, I believe, right in here is a good fishing spot where a lot of people, that's public access, and there was a dock there years ago. There was actually 2 docks. There was 1 here and 1 here in these fishing sections years ago. So that would be 1, 2, 3. There is a dock clear at the end of the lake right here. There's another loading point down here it'd be on the east side.
Is there a boat ramp there too?
Yes. There's a dock and a boat ramp, and it's in bad disrepair. Now these 2 docks up here at the beginning are in great repair. I mean, they're not probably 5 years old.
Yeah, they're not.
They're, as far as I know, they don't need any repairs or anything.
I didn't think they looked that bad, but I mean, just want to make sure, Mr. Mayor, that where all these docks that we're looking at replacing, that all of them would be public access for anybody to be able to get to. and use.
Absolutely. Absolutely, 100%. And another one, Tim, would be up here at Scortino on Scortino's side. There's absolutely no water access. There was 2 docks at Scortino. There was 1 down here in in the cove, which we have now sold that parcel. So there wouldn't be a dock there, but we'd like to come up here to Scortino Park and probably have a couple docks on that side as well.
So knowing the locations will change the cost based on gangplanks and things like that, different, lengths of them. So
Yeah, I think it's important that he has exactly that information. I
And
mean,
then-
I'm happy to look at the bids on them to come back in, but I just wanted to verify a couple of things. Where are they going? I didn't, like I said, I didn't think the two by the boat ramp itself were in real bad shape, but I do understand there's other docks out there as well that may need.
Right, and what would happen in the past was once those docks got in disrepair, we just hauled them off and didn't replace them. So that's how we did it. We just didn't replace them. So
I do want to point out, like,
true,
the grant through Fish and Wildlife will only pay 50% of a fishing dock.
oh yeah,
So there are other grants that we could go after, for ADA compliance and things like that. But that would be a different type of, an ADA compliant floating dock would be different than, say, a fishing dock.
right. And I think I don't have a problem whatsoever going for the grants. I think it's great, but there's, like you said, there's got to be something for ADA. But every one of these docks would be able to be fished off of. I mean, the whole lake is for fishing.
All right, I'm just letting you know, Fish and Wildlife, they're going to designate these are fishing docks. There will be no boat cleats on them. There will be, no handicap accessibility and things like that. That's a different avenue that we can go with, but Fish and Wildlife will only pay for fishing docks.
Right. Well, then we need to discuss that then, because if we're not going to wait on Fish and Wildlife,
Right, and that's what I need to know is some direction from you as far as what the priorities are for the lake, for the lake funds. What are we going to use them for? How, time frame of what you're looking for, things like that. I'm kind of in the dark, and I didn't even know the locations of where these docks were going to go. And some of that factors in, like the one at Scortino is going to need an extremely long plank going out to it because of the height of the bank there.
no,
Or a set of stairs or something.
right.
Go ahead, Josh.
Well, I was just saying, I think as the commission, that's kind of where priority, whatever we decided to do is where the priority is. Not knowing the locations, I'm not for sure on that because this was brought up maybe 6 weeks ago. I'm not sure why you would know the location. But I think the priority, we get numbers on everything, we kind of set our priority which way we want to spend money. Do you agree, Kevin?
I agree with which part?
I mean, the priority, to me, there's not really one set priority. I mean, I think once we hear numbers, that kind of gives us our priority.
Yeah.
But what Doug's trying to say is that if he doesn't know the location of the docks, then he cannot give you a bid based on that location. The bids that he's getting are.
I'm not sure why he doesn't know the location by now. That's
Okay.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, we can definitely take you to the location. The location isn't going to affect the price of the dock. The dock prices are going to remain the same because when I buy a dock, they say it's $10,000 for the base package. It's up to the landowner to get the stair steps, to get your header built with your holders and all that. That's up to us, whether we cable tie it, whether we pole it, what we do. And we can look at those locations. The only one that's going to be any troublesome whatsoever is going to be, like you said, on Scortino side. But that's not a problem as well.
Well, another consideration too then is if which ones I can identify which ones you're going to look at as just fishing docks. Because I think when Josh first brought this up, he said the kids were wanting fishing docks out there. There's nothing to say that the other docks that you put out there, I know the ones by the boat ramp, traditionally it says no swimming, no fishing off the dock. But if you're going to put them in other places, I mean, those were the ones I would look at and focus on. What do we want to do and look and get bids on now, and then be able to add additional fishing docks potentially with the grant money.
See, I think what's going to happen is if the Kansas Fish and Wildlife say, well, we're not going to allow boats to pull up, I think we could, of course you say they can't pull, they just can't swim off of them.
So there's just different regulations as far as, like if you put like a swimming dock close to the swim area, height of the dock, depth of the water, things like that, because then we get liability issues if you're allowing people to swim or jump off of a dock into a shallow area. So those are, if we have to put it farther out from the beach, then the gangplank out to it has to be a little longer, things like that. It's just, most of the quotes that I'm looking at are for like a 16 by 16 dock. And then, like you said, where we place it is going to determine how long the gangplank is. We may have, get quotes by the foot and say, okay, well, we're going to move this one down 5 feet, so then we have to add 10 feet to the plank. We want to allow swimming off of it, so it has to be this far from the shore so that we have proper depth of water so that we don't have safety issues, things like that.
Yeah, I get all that, and so I don't know exactly where to go from here.
So right now, the update for you guys is I am getting quotes.
Yes.
So when we get closer to the purchase, then we'll have to narrow down some of these questions as far as what specifically they're going to be used for.
So
things like
instead
that.
of getting quotes, do you want to? Is it better for us to go to bid for docks?
Based on the quote I got so far, most likely we're going to have to go out to bid. And
Yeah.
that could be, but it depends on what you guys want to do and how you want to handle this.
So I would say you go to if you're going to go to bid, you're not going to be able to say let's go to bid for 5 docks, not knowing if we're going to.
What kind of docks and everything.
Right, that's why I was asking for priorities.
The fishing docks, can we plan on the fishing docks getting with the wildlife people and seeing about the grants on those? And focus which docks right now? Is it the 2 boat docks that the citizens out there feel need to be replaced? What 4 docks can we tell him right now? These are the ones, these are the locations, these right here. Go get us bids on these 4.
Yeah, I would say the 2 at Scortino,
2 at
and I mean the one that we currently have that's in disrepair at the end of the lake. I think that would be another good one to replace. I mean, that one's going to have to be replaced.
So is this like you want me to draft an RFP and that's where we're requesting proposals publicly? Is that how you want to go about this, or just look for you want quotes on a 16 by 16 with foot length for gangplanks and then go from there?
Yeah, and I mean, I could see where you might be able to tell them on as far as the number goes, 3 to 5.
Right.
See if I know you can get a bid for if you're going more than 1, you should be able to get it for 3 to 5. And I know in the conversation here, I think we talked about a total of 5 docks, of which a couple of them may only be fishing only docks that we can work with Fish and Game on. Right. So I think by giving them those parameters for quantity,
right?
And then once the mayor and Greg or whoever want to decide what kind of dock is going to go where, then we can get the bids back and make a decision.
There's some subtle differences, like a boat dock's going to have cleats
Sure.
and bumpers, and a fishing dock wouldn't have cleats and bumpers, so that affects.
Well,
and there's 1 boat dock that needs to be replaced, correct? That you can't hardly pull up next to.
Yeah, there's actually 3 that are missing. 2 of them just left, and 1 of them still there and falling to pieces.
Okay. So then I would say, I mean, and this is just me from outside perspective, that those 2 boat docks need to be priority. We need to get quotes on those 2 boat docks, and then the one that's in disrepair at the end down here, and then the other one is up to y'all.
Yeah.
And you're going to when you go to get quotes, you're going to stipulate. What are you saying? A 16 by 16 is what you said.
Right now, that's what I was just asking for.
Is that what the ones currently are?
Yes.
16 by 16. I mean, I just wonder because I suppose there might be a couple of local bidders. We might have a local bidder. We got somebody that builds docks here in town. So so it might be interesting to say, are these wood structures? Are these metal structures?
However, I was not given any parameters, so like I was just calling vendors and saying, hey, I want a 16 by 16 dock. These are possible locations.
I would say,
what do you have? Now, if we were drafting an RFP, we can definitely say, wooden structure. We need, so many pontoons. We need so many bumpers, so many cleats. However we word the RFP, we can.
I'm going to suggest an RFP for 2 boat docks and for 2 additional docks, and let's get those rolling. Let's get the numbers so that we've got solid evidence to look at and say these are the ones we want.
And we want the I want a description on there what they're made of. I mean, if it's an all wood dock, you're going to be, replacing that thing before too long. If it comes in metal, that's what typically everybody's building now is the
aluminum
metal case.
docks.
Yep, aluminum, what
Let's
have
do
you.
the RFP for aluminum docks, 2 with the bumpers and the cleats required for the boat, and then 2 that are just fishing docks.
I like that. Everybody, any other discussion on that?
Now you want to specify aluminum, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Is it aluminum or is it steel?
Well, you don't want a steel dock.
Well, I'm just saying, there's
not just weight capacity. It's going to rust in no time.
I'm gonna say aluminum. Yes, that's a
painting nightmare.
Yeah. Aluminum dock, stainless steel, fasteners, thing. Full
that's
on
what I'm
book.
saying, stainless. Because that's what it comes in, is a lot of them stainless. I mean, I know mine's
Full stainless, yeah, that would be kind of pricey. What I've been, my research, yeah, it would just be stainless steel fasteners, bolts and screws and things like that.
I just want specifications when the docks come in, what they're made out of.
Absolutely.
So
yes. So yes, go out for RFP.
Well, I'll draft an RFP and bring it back to you guys for approval.
Perfect.
And can you write the grants for the ADA? Doc?
I can look into it. Depends on, sometimes they have to be nonprofit organizations that applies for them, and that's
Rob?
They got right. I can look up the grants. There's quite a few. So
Rob knows about that stuff. He's pretty good with that.
all right, Rob.
He got us a hospital in like 2 weeks, so we'll surely get us some docs. Okay, and the other thing I'd like to talk while we're on that, if you don't mind, I would like to add in there with that. We've had several discussions about, like you said, I don't know what direction to go. I'd like to entertain with you guys the idea of getting going to bid on the water line, getting water to the campground. I've had discussion. I know I gave you some static on your water line prices. It probably should, but anyway, I had a discussion with some gentlemen with Rural Water, and the prices are just continually falling down as far as the trenching. And they said it's like they when I talked to them last, they're going to come in. The best possible scenario is to come in from the west, over by the airport. There's an 8-inch water line over there, and they wanted to hook into that 8-inch water line. Rural Water did, and bring us 8-inch water to the west side of the lake. And they said they could put a hydrant on there, a tap, they could put a meter set, the whole 9 yards, and they're pretty reasonable rates. They do have an independent contractor that comes in and does the trench, but they said, we can provide our own trench. So at 1,360 some feet, I think what I would like to see is us get with Rural Water, find out where they're going to come.
Contacted them, and I'm in discussion.
How many feet is it?
Oh, it's just under 1,400.
Yep.
Coming from that direction is what they told me.
1364, I think, is what he said. And but I would like to bid out the trenching because there's several, there's rock trenchers around here that will be interested in doing that length of line.
Now, I will say I talked to Rural Water as well, and their plan was to set the meter where the brush pile is. So we would still have to go from where the brush pile is currently located to the camping area.
Right. So that would be what I would like to in that trenching quote. They're going to give you a quote. I think they'll bid it by the foot.
Yes.
And you could go out there and figure out where with Rural Water where they're going to set that meter, and then you could take a wheel roller and go over where we've talked about putting the camping spots or what have you, or getting water over there to where we could get those restrooms back up.
So
into shape.
And you're thinking, would you want to see just a dead end line? Okay, well we'll stub it out to the tent camping area and then a stub out to the RV camping area, or for future projects, and let's do a loop and then.
I think that's something that you, along with Kelly, can figure out and bring back to us a proposal, because I think that would be nice for everyone else to see. Instead of just saying we'll go out there and just deadhead it somewhere. Figure out where the lake committee talked about the camping spots. We know we're going to have to take it to that to the shelter house. So I think that if we come across there and come down through there, it's going to work out really good. And while we got the rock trench,
right, that's what I was saying.
There, let's go ahead and beat that in too.
We made the first proposal with Jason was, let's think ahead. If we're going to need a water loop, let's put it in while we're there.
Right. I think just in general, it would be nice if you come back with, after discussion with Kelly and whoever else you needed to, just come back and say, here's what I would like to see done.
Yeah, and I'd still like to see the kind of a final plan of something, because I think we all agreed that, that
you hate the
enormous campground that was out there before, where every primitive tent site had water and electric and all this other stuff wasn't really what was initially, proposed out there. And Jason, if I ever do a private I win the Powerball, I'm going to call you guys to lay that thing out for me but I still think we're waiting on that. I also know the Lake Advisory Board, I think, is down a couple of people now. I saw a posting the other day, and so I am still curious and would like to see that.
Well, there's the next meeting is in March, and they're supposed to have their Smart Growth Committee there with it. It just
Great, and
as
I
far as-
look forward. I plan on attending that meeting. I was going to come to one in February, but I heard it got canceled.
And then while we're on the discussion of lake funding and how the money is being spent, I would ask as the director of the lake that maybe we look into using some of the funding for equipment. I know we're in need of a mower out there for a zero turn for our employee that takes care of the lake. That is lake improvement. So to keep that in mind, that maybe seasonal employees, funding for labor and maintenance. It's up to you guys how you spend the money and how it's allocated. So, but
Would you like to get us a proposal on some seasonal employees and a couple of mowers that you would suggest to be used out there?
sure. What we did last time for like Gun Park is we just went out to bid. We just get a spec sheet like an RFP, and the local businesses gave us quotes. So that's how I would proceed with it if we were able to use that funding for it.
I'd like you to go ahead and take a look and see how much it's going to cost. You go out for bid on some of that, so that we know what we're looking at.
Sure.
Because that's something you're definitely going to need.
Yeah, we talk about, time is of the essence. I mean, we're coming up. This would be a good time to start, digging some of these lines and getting some of that going.
Do we need to look into electricity as well? Or?
Yes. And you're going to call Heartland Electric. I've already kind of paved that road to kind of.
I've talked to them as well. They're very happy with doing overhead lines.
Right. And they said that would be good, but you would want probably some smaller underground stuff for the camping spots. Yes. You don't want to go overhead with everything and have extension
So we would
cords.
have to pick a service location for, service panel and things like that, and then go underground to the RV sites.
Right. And I think it just makes sense to come right off there and on the route to the shelter house, have that electricity right there.
So, but we are still going to see a revised plan as opposed to what we looked at.
So it would just I was saying, is priorities as far as what you guys want to see. The plan we brought before was it was the ultimate plan. So now,
Well, there was one before that too, though. There was one that had 5 sites with RV hookups and had leveling of campsites and fixing the road down there, and then it jumped from that to there.
Right.
So I'm thinking there should be a plan that's. And quit looking at Jason. I think after the reaction to that,
right,
that there should be something that.
Right. That's
yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
There
is
should
a
be
phase
something that's between, the phase 1 and the one that Mr.
Tim-
Dickman brought in.
Tim, I can't agree with you more. I mean, even when we go back to, we talk about the boat and the trailer parking, let's get some gravel this year down there and make it nice to where they're not walking through mud to get.
So boat and trailer parking, what are you talking
Just-
about the plan that's in there, or where they currently park?
Where they
Because
currently park,
Where
I'm-
they currently park is the emergency overflow,
understand
and they
that.
should not park there.
Well, I understand that, but again, why shouldn't they park there?
Yeah.
You really think I understand that part, but you really think that's going to be a problem with our boats and
I'm
trucks?
just saying-
This isn't the ocean. This isn't high tide.
If it
People at
reaches
Fort
that
Scott are
spot, you're
smart
not
enough.
going to want to be there anyway.
That's what I'm saying. Never in the last 50 years.
I understand that,
We ever
but
said, "Man, did you hear about old Harry
I
Elizabeth's pickup?"
have a lake report that I was given. Yeah, and it's a ding on the report by a different engineering firm that
Sure.
there are obstacles in the emergency overflow.
Right. Well, we can probably handle a few dings, but we've had more vehicles lost backing their boat into the lake than there. So let's concentrate
Just
on
want
that.
to point it out. I'm just throw it out there.
But I mean, I'm just saying, I want to see this money spent in the right directions, and to build a big gravel parking lot in a whole other area that I think they're probably not going to use in the first place. I think they're probably still going to park in your overflow. I would. I'm not going to walk clear from there.
So-
That's what I'm saying.
And we have taken some gravel out there here in the last week, so
Well, it needed
It
a
needs a lot
bunch.
more, yeah.
Yeah. So don't be, in my opinion, don't be scared to get people out of the mud.
right. So with that, I need your approval to spend that money.
You just need his. He can
No.
he can tell you to go get gravel. if he
I
wants.
believe the lake fund was specified.
Well, we still.
That you
I
have
know
to
that,
approve it.
but it's not. This doesn't necessarily have to come out of the lake fund to get gravel for a city property,
Okay.
right?
I'm just
Yeah, I'm protecting
clarifica-
that lake fund for other stuff.
I'm just clarifying
saying.
where the money's going to come from.
If you need money and we got, I suppose we got money to put gravel down for parking. I'm not saying go out there and put 500 loads on it. I'm just saying
Yeah.
these are properties of ours that we need to maintain anyway. Don't necessarily we have to use it out of the lake.
I'm understanding. I'm just budget perspective.
Right. Well, you don't need my
Where are we
approval.
going to
Of
take
these
the money
guys.
from? Where's it going to come from?
You can talk to your city manager and figure that out. We'll just
That one we can do on the utilities now. You're gonna bring them in with lake money then, though?
yeah, that I
Okay.
don't have a problem with bringing.
Yeah,
the
we can
utilities
get
for
you gravel. We'll
Yeah.
forego that.
But I think before we move any utilities in there, we need to see that
Sure.
middle plan.
But I'd like to
Before
see
we
that.
start having people digging.
I'd like to have that at the next meeting. I think that's totally doable to see the
By
electric.
middle plan, are you talking like 10 RV spots, 10 primitive camping spots? What's your
I think we're just talking about getting utilities out there, right?
At this point, we're talking
The-
at the point.
I would say phase one is utilities because you
And the
can't
only
you
thing
can't
I've-
do one RV spot or 10 RV spots or 5 RV spots without water, electric, and sewer.
The only
Phase
thing,
two is spots. Okay.
the only thing I would caution, and this is regardless of what eventually ends up going in there, is I've spent a lot of years working with utility companies and putting services in. I think if you're looking at doing overhead anywhere within the campground itself, you're setting yourself up for
That's
trouble.
what I said, Tim. What my plan was they're going to have to come overhead to get. I'm believing the electric is on the west side of the road. Am I right?
I believe so. Yes.
So they'll come overhead to get us across that road. But then immediately, I think we go underground.
It's got to.
Yeah,
It's got to.
yeah. That's why I said we don't want extension cords.
Well,
hanging.
I've looked forward to seeing what you come back with as far as where that middle range plan is,
Okay.
and how much money's still left in there. by
Now, do you
that
mind
point.
if they put the electric and the water in the same trench?
With the sewer, there's water, sewer, and electric all
Yeah,
the same thing.
all right there.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it would be
There's
cheaper.
plenty of water in the lake. We could just build a new
Right.
water treatment plant right there.
Well, I think you got your work cut out for you for the next meeting, and if you get answers and have questions and need an emergency meeting before that, don't hesitate to call Kelly and get something set up, and we can put something together.
Okay.
If you need
I appreciate that.
assistance, you bet. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Doug.
Number 5, consideration of 2022 contract with Bourbon County Ready. Who's going to speak with that?
Yeah, Rob,
Rob.
I read through this from front to back a couple of times. I'm not sure the way this is worded that we're not working with you once we sign it. That we're not working
Yeah.
for you once we sign
Yeah.
this.
I wish
Pretty
that
much
was
says
true.
omnipotent power and all this other
Oh
stuff.
yeah, those are big words. I didn't write this, obviously. So
Miley, yeah, go ahead, but I would
no,
just
this
ask.
this is the same agreement that you signed last year. It just when going through, we talked about it last year. However, we signed the one that just took us to December, but we never got it signed. It says January to the December of this year. So, so that's why you have that in front of you.
Yeah, and I think like on the section 5 under funding that there hasn't been any changes to those numbers.
I don't even have that on. I have it on me. So
Okay, well,
I didn't. To be
Okay.
honest with you, I didn't know I was talking about. I thought we were getting ready to talk about land bank. So it should be the agreed upon amount back last year was 65,000. Well, whoa, that got loud. Bourbon County is giving more than 130, but no, there's no changes in what shall contribute 65,000. City. They're giving. Bourbon County is giving much more than that. Yeah. But the city's price there amount is what you guys decided last year.
Yep.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
I read through it. I was fine.
Right. Is there a motion to?
I just had one
Oops.
quick question.
Yes.
So do you have anyone dedicated that helps write the grants, that does all the grant
We
proposals?
we actually are currently waiting to hear from someone that may be interested, and then if they're not, there's another person that's said they may be interested. But yeah, and that's directly from funding that the county agreed to give us to hire that person from last year. So we're going to use that funding. I mean, that's the funding the county gave us. We've
Awesome.
put into hiring somebody for a grant writing.
And unrelated, are you going to hang around for the land bank discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why I've been here the whole time.
It wasn't for this.
The lake discussion was riveting, but yet.
What about the water analysis?
That was
That really got everybody going.
put me on the edge of my seat. But I'm here for the land bank.
All right, I'm going to motion that we sign the contract with Bourbon County Ready for this year.
Is there a second? Tim, you've been good at that all night.
I'll second Matthew's motion.
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, number 4.
Yeah, before we get into the actual discussion, Mr. Mayor, if it's okay with you, I want to bring something up that I thought was interesting that we
Sure.
can look at for these appointments to these positions. Since the commission was gracious enough to appoint me as the commissioner to represent the land bank, I've read everything backwards, forwards, upside and down. I've annoyed Diane. I've annoyed Rob to no limits. And under our new listing here, as far as positions appointed, it actually had called out that the recommended members would be a developer, a realtor, someone from a bank, and someone at large. Well, I confirmed with Rob that, Greg Motley is with Petco is still going to be on there.
Right.
So there's your banker.
Right.
So that gives us an opportunity to potentially appoint more than one person at large, because it does say within the agreement for land bank that it does not have to necessarily be from those 4 backgrounds. And I think we've got a banker already on the board. So I think, and another thing I wanted to make sure I touched on is, I think this is the time in Fort Scott, we just picked up 14 new houses from the tax sale that can go in there. We've already got a couple that are on the demo list that are in the land bank already. And I know a lot of people are excited to move this forward. And I just want to make sure that the citizens know that, we're going to be good stewards of this. Anytime we have something like this going on, people might give a notion or think there's a perceived conflict of interest as some of these properties come in. And trust me, as the person that you all entrusted with this, we're going to make sure that doesn't happen. I mean, I don't think anybody out there that has applied for or wants to be on a land bank is crooked. But I mean, when something like this starts up, rumors start to fly around. So, I think potentially we can nominate the 4 people we actually want.
Right, rather than
Regardless of going down through the line. And I think the fact that we already have an established banker on there, that opens up another one. So I can tell you, last week I got with Diane to collect all the applications, and she immediately sent them out to the rest of the commissioners the same day, so everyone had an adequate chance and a fair chance to review the candidates. And do we want to have discussion, or do we want to go right into nominations?
I say we go right into nominations.
I would then like to, for my first
I know on the parks board, you went to each person and just tallied up votes. Is that how we're gonna do it on this one, Diane?
We'll do it however the commission decides.
And that's, yeah, just
You can do it. Just
So we can decide that way how we're gonna do that first before we go in to do it.
I will say in the past, Bob, what we did, and it's embarrassing to say the least, is we all say, in picking a new commissioner, I want this person, and we all go through a string of votes.
I think that's perfectly acceptable.
So do we?
That's not what you got to do on the parks board, Kevin.
What do we do on the Parks Board?
Diane named a name and they took votes.
Oh.
And they tallied up the most votes.
Okay.
The
I'm
other,
okay with
the
that.
other option The other option, Josh, is to just, we have these 4 positions, one at large, one real estate, one developer, and then possibly one other at large. We just nominate people for each one of those. If we all agree, then we move on.
Yeah.
That
Well,
and
my
that
only concern with that is that they don't have to be those, they were just recommendations, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you wanna go a different route, I wanna leave that option open.
Okay.
here's what I like your suggestion, Josh. I think we just have and this is up to you guys, but I think we just have Diane. That way, it's her fault. Say the name, to tally up the votes, and it doesn't matter. You know who you want to vote for. You just vote, yes or no.
Well, and that's good, but I mean, in some cases, like I said, reviewing these, I would think if you feel strongly about any of the people that are on here, you should have an opportunity to represent why you'd like to see that person, and
Okay.
and justify the nomination. Otherwise, it's just, you're throwing a name out there.
Right.
You haven't said, you know what, I would like to make a motion to nominate this person, and here's why. Now, if you want to do that to make the list that Diane is using, but otherwise, without any discussion whatsoever, and I think that number 4 on here was review letters of interest for Land Bank Board. We're just throwing names out there and casting a vote without any justification for why you may have nominated who you did.
So you thinking? I'm really confused now. You want us to give justification, say I want this person, and here's why.
Yeah.
Yes. For instance, say I would like to nominate so and so because they are a developer, and I think that they will be a good asset to this board. The developer is this person. This is who I'm nominating, and then we all vote.
Yeah, because before we stopped, I was getting ready to throw an at-large nomination out there, and I was prepared to give a justification as to why. But the way this is there's a set of names out there, and we're going to throw each one of them in the hat. And some of the descriptions of who applied for what on here could be taken one way or another, Mr. Mayor. I mean, in some cases, you could look at the person as a developer, and in another case, you could look
Sure.
at a different person based on his description of his letter as a real estate person, real estate developer.
Right. I borrowed money from half of them, so they're a finance person too. So okay, so there's 4 openings, and you're wanting to make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion for one of the at-large positions.
Okay, make your motion.
Okay, I'd like to nominate Rhonda Dunn for the at-large position. I know that in her time here that she actually helped establish the land bank, collaborated with the Wyandotte County Land Bank, attended land bank work sessions, attended the biennial conference, studied the statutes and handbooks, used to be a code director, actually wrote Ordinance 3535, which is the Fort Scott Land Bank, served as a codes enforcement manager for 2 years, served on the Good Neighbor Action Team, which helps with the dilapidated homes, was named the first land bank manager for Fort Scott, and assisted the city commission in developing the original policies and procedures. In addition to that, she was not on her entrance letter, but I know for a fact that she was involved in the recent tax sale as well. And as we know, 14 of those houses came in. So I think this person that provides a lot of her own time, not only for projects like this, but to local charities in town as an at-large member, would be a fantastic asset to the land bank that actually, based on the stuff she's written, could hit the ground running and be a good source of advisement for the board as well as Kelly and the codes team. So I would like to make that motion.
Once again, when we say at large, I mean, these aren't required, right? I mean, these are all basically at large, just with.
They are, Josh. They are. They were recommendations, but based on the application emails or letters that people sent to Diane, they kind of called out which one that they were applying for.
Yeah. And so this is my only concern with doing this way. Now I don't get to hear everyone else's justification on, we're going to hear 4 basically, and so, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, if someone else, if the board, I think if the commission decides they want to make them all at large, or however they want to classify it, we have that option. So if someone else wants to make a motion for an individual and call them at large, or call them under real estate, or call them under developer, they have that prerogative to do so. I mean, maybe there's going to be 4 at-large nominations, but I don't think we actually had that many at-large candidates in the packet. there were some folks that actually called out. I've been in real estate. I'm a banker. I'm a so on and so forth.
I actually like the other way better, but that's just my personal preference where we voted. So, but your motion's been made. Is there a second? Okay, with no second, I'm feeling. Is there somebody else that wants to make a motion on another candidate?
I would like to make a motion to nominate Craig Campbell as our at-large.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Josh Jones,
Yes.
Tim Van Hooky,
Yes.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes. I would. Oh, go ahead.
Make the motion to put on Stacy Wood on the land bank as the realtor.
Is there a second? Okay, with lack of a second on that, is there another motion?
I'd like to motion for Pat Woods as the developer.
Second.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Josh Jones,
Yes.
Tim Van Hooky,
Yes.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes. I would like to make a motion of a guy that's been, doing a lot of stuff in town and has been doing a little realty, and he doesn't have one specialized business, I suppose, but he's been becoming active in the community, and that's Robert Kuhn. I'd like to nominate him for the board.
Second.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Josh Jones,
Yes.
Tim Van Hooky,
No.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes. Okay, so we got one more. Is that right?
I still feel like we need somebody from the real estate in there, and I would like to nominate Bailey for that.
Okay, you do have one real estate already,
Who's that?
didn't you? Hold on.
No, she didn't get. She didn't get a second.
Oh, so far you have Craig Campbell, Pat Woods, and
Robert Coons.
Sorry,
I'll second his motion.
you said Bailey.
Yes, ma'am.
Josh Jones,
Yes.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Tim Van Hooky,
Yes.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes. Okay, so there's your four people. Thanks for staying all night, Rob. I guess that way was okay too. At least that way you don't have to say no a bunch. I don't know. So where are we at? Number 3?
Yes, sir.
Okay, discussion of RFO for city engineer. Q. Request for opposition. Request for qualification, request for quote, whatever. Okay, discussion of RFQ for the engineer, city engineer.
I think the board had asked, or someone on the board had asked to put that on there as there are other engineering firms that would want to throw their name in the hat, be engineering firms for the city, for the commission to discuss that and put it out for RFQ.
Is there any discussion? Or we just make a,
I will just say I'd like to possibly look at, I know before we talked about hiring an in-house engineer, and I would like to possibly look at that while we are using Earls, and maybe if work in conjunction if we can find a qualified candidate. But I think just need to keep our options open, and I would love to go out for a job bid and see if we can possibly locate one.
you mean like a full-time employee?
Yes, I know before we had one, but I still think we should be out there looking just to have one in the house that, possibly could work with Earls on projects or something.
How would that work, Kevin? Yeah, that's what he's saying, having one on staff and then having you as well. How would we do that? Do you just...
Well, you first should have to find out where you're going to fund that from, because they don't come very cheap.
Yeah, and I I think that that what we've got going is working for us. I think we've all got some qualms about some of the things that we've done over the past year, but I don't believe that having a person on staff is going to be what we need because now we've got a diversified engineers. They can handle everything for us, and that's what we went for. That's what we went for a year ago. And I feel that that we're just now getting used to each other, and so that. But we're going to straighten them out. But no, I think that our future is much better with what we've got and how we're handling our engineering. And the only thing that I feel that we need to do a little bit more is a little more direction. They need to know what we want, and that's what we need to do. Work sessions, yes, we need work sessions, and we need to fully inform our engineers and our city manager what we expect. And I think we're well into that right now. I really like the direction we're headed.
Well, I guess the only thing I would say is, when we say how are we going to fund it, what would it come out of? I mean, we've spent quite a bit of money already with the engineer, so that might have been cost savings we could have had by having our own in-house engineer. That was when we first hired our engineer a couple years ago. That was he wasn't allowed to engineer. He got too many tasks right out of the thing, from codes department to, he was all over the place. He was never allowed to do his job. So I don't know. I don't know. Anyone else want to speak on it?
I mean, I have to agree with Pete that having a diverse selection of people, they're going to be able to provide a lot of information, where if we have just one city engineer, he's going to get bogged down, and we're still going to have to go out for a lot of stuff. So that's all I'm going to say. And I don't say it's a bad idea to have a city engineer. I just think what we have going on right now is beneficial for the city.
Right. And usually I have a direction I want to go, but I'm kind of up in the air on this one. So are you guys wanting to make a motion to go out for bid for engineer, or RFQs or RFOs, or?
No, I would like to make a motion that we do not go out for RFQs. I think that what we've got going now, we've set the stage for the future, and I really think that what we've got going right now, we don't want to disrupt that motion. So I'll make a motion that we do not go out for RFQs for city engineer.
Is there a second?
I mean, I'll second that.
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay. Discussion of RFQs for city attorney.
It's been discussed that there may be other attorneys out there that would be interested in the city attorney and to put out the RFQ, so it's on the agenda.
And I'm kind of like in your discussion, Pete, with heading in the right direction. I feel like I was with I shouldn't say there was another attorney in here, but we've had different avenues for attorneys. And I think that Bob has been on the, the team for 40 some years before this round. And I think that we're in good hands now. So is there any other discussion? Would you guys like to talk about that, or?
Are you?
I'm making a motion to keep Bob.
Second.
Allen,
No.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Tim Van Hickey,
Yes.
Josh Jones,
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes. Number one is consideration of resolution authorizing the redemption and payment of its taxable industrial revenue bonds, Series 2015-A, Bourbon County Assisted Living Project, and authorizing the city to consent to assignment of certain documents in connection with its taxable industrial revenue bonds, Series 2015-B.
Mr. Mayor, that's going to be an action motion on a resolution. It's a consent resolution to allow the Community National Bank to sell the bond, and they do have a purchaser, and the consent resolution will authorize that approval.
Okay.
I'll just tell you, I've looked at all the documents. There's no risk for us here at all. None.
Not even the fact that we're not requiring the waiver that the SEC would require?
No, there isn't any risk because it's a single purchaser. It's a knowledgeable purchaser. It's not like they're selling some of the bonds to you and some to him. It's all, and I would call it a sophisticated purchaser.
And what's the intent for the IRBs?
They're buying it out.
Yeah.
They're just literally buying it out.
And what's it going to be used for?
I think it's part of the board. If you read here it kind of explains it here in that email. I can read it to you real quick, Pete. It says the Community National Bank purchased and retains the sole owner of the Series 15A bond, and the tenant purchased and remains the sole owner of the Series A bond. The tenant desires to sell the project to the new entity, Fort Scott Senior Living LLC. So basically, correct me if I'm wrong, Bob, but they're either their board or their entity themselves is buying it out.
That's exactly what it sounds like. Yes,
they're buying their own bond out.
So does that release the city from it then?
No, the bond is still, no, it does because the bond's going to be purchased. Yeah. And we don't have any liability anyway. We didn't have any liability when it was issued. It's just a mechanism to probably, I've forgotten what they did, but I think they used it to save sales tax and purchasing materials for the property. And that's really all it was used for.
So we need a motion to accept this?
Yes. To pass the resolution.
Yes.
Right. Can I have the president do that?
You are the president.
Oh.
You're legally.
Yeah, you're our
You're sure we're good on this?
You're a head guy.
I'm not gonna be able to read all that.
Positive you're good on it.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Is this something we can table until I'm just not, I'm not following it. I don't know what we're doing here. And it's,
Yeah, I
I
don't-
would like some further.
Correct.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to accept the resolution and give the mayor authority to sign.
Is there a second?
Me again?
Is there a second? I don't want to accept it and sign them.
Second.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Tim Van Hooky.
Yes.
Josh Jones,
Yes.
Pete Allen,
No.
Kevin Allen.
Yes. Okay, up next, city manager reports, comments.
Couple of things that we discussed last meeting. Had Mark check on the K&G striping. They gave me a spreadsheet, and I finally got it tonight. And I'm going to be going back to them. There were some charges on there that as I reviewed it, are double charges. And I think Pete mentioned that last time. And I came up with, out of the $12,000 and some dollars they were trying to charge, $4,250 is all that we owe them for what they did and what we actually are responsible for. So I'm sending my team back to talk to these people. But if the commission is in favor, I'm just going to offer them the price that I feel is what. I don't know where these figures got. There's 3,000 that they added instead of subtracting, and that's where that 6,000 came from. So I'm going to just work to bring this into a right place in the 4,200 that it should be.
You good with that, Pete? For have Kelly negotiate? I mean, we're kind of in a bit of a pickle here.
Yeah, I we need to get it off our back.
Yeah, and everything that
And,
I've tracked on. Yeah, go ahead, Peter. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but we go from 12,000 to 4,000. I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm okay.
It when he finally broke it down, I'm like, I don't know how they missed their figures on this, but
It could be a simple mistake.
yeah, and it could be different people doing it too. So anyway, they'll be getting with them here, and we'll get this resolved. But if that's do we need a motion on that since it's money, or I think it's just a settlement of. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought too. Okay, so we'll get that worked out. Our CDBG grant came in at 700,000. That's a praise report. Yeah. So that's for the sewer lining and the manhole repair and things that we're
How much was it again?
700,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's big.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
that'll let us do $1 million worth of work then.
Almost 1.2. Well, 1.1.
Yeah.
2.5. Yeah.
Okay, so we can do everything that Michael's got laid out for the year.
Yeah, and it drops us back to our responsibility just 400-some thousand. So that helps a lot.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
We are on getting on the KDOT grants, the link, connecting links and things like that. So I got that out to Rob, and then also Jason's working on the connecting links. So we're getting on that very timely. I did get with Seth and also talk to the engineering firm that's doing the airport. In answer to your question, Matthew, we have plenty of weight on that as far as our weight is concerned on landing jets. The problem is, and we're wanting to, because we do have a good runway or a good landing strip, it's not long enough. So they're bringing it around. In ideal conditions, it can land a Learjet, but if it's any moisture, it can't. And so what the other thing is, we're actually blacktopping it and overlaying it because it'll probably be 10 years before we can get that all through FAA funding. and we do have funding for that. Or I mean, we'll have some funding monies to come up with, but FAA. I talked with the engineer, and anyway, that we are moving that from a B grade airport to a C grade. So as traffic also picks up, that's going to help with our FAA funding as well. So in answer to your question, we do have enough weight load. We have 24,000 pounds per wheel is what that's rated, which is really pretty good. So anyway, that's all I have right now.
Thank you. Okay, I had a question there for Diane. Sorry about that. Up next is the director reports. We have the code enforcement going to give us a report on discussion of city fees.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Last meeting, Mr. Mayor, you asked me to provide you with our current fee schedule for permits. So that's all I have for you tonight. If you, I've given you 3 pages here to look at. One is the top sheet there comes off a document that I received from Diane, which gives you our current building permit fees, the plumbing fees, and electrical fees. And I guess what I would like to do is, down at the bottom, you'll see I did some comparables with 14 different jurisdictions on their permit fees only. And I'll tell you that there's a wide range of fees out there. For example, I'll give you one jurisdiction charges a flat rate for the building permit and then 41 cents per square foot. Other jurisdictions have a formula similar to ours where they charge a flat fee and then they charge, X number of dollars per thousand. Kind of looking at all the jurisdictions that I have listed at the bottom of that sheet, we're pretty close in proximity to what other jurisdictions are charging. If you look at the plumbing fees and the electrical fees, you'll notice that they are lower than the building permit. So for example, $10 for a plumbing permit and then $1 for every 1,000 over the first 1,000. I don't know if we want some harmony there. Yes. To make it the same as the building permits, $2 per 1,000. Just having consistency, I guess, is what I was looking for there.
Yeah, I'm good with the $1 per 1,000.
Well, so what I'd like to do is to ask the commission to chew on these numbers until the next meeting and have you tell us what you would like those numbers to look like moving forward. One of the other things you asked us to look at is fence permits. Again, looking at the jurisdictions I have listed here, they range anywhere from free to $30. The lone exception was Overland Park. If it's $0 to $5,000, it's like $35, and if it's more than a $5,000 fence, then it's like $95 or something like that. But they were the lone exception. By and large, $15, $20, $30. I don't think anybody was over 30 except Overland Park. Right. And I wanted some larger jurisdictions just to kind of give us a frame of reference to draw from.
Well, I think that one in particular is really good because that if you didn't get your permit and you built a fence, then you've got something to stand on. So
yeah, and the guy at Overland Park, he said, look, we do 300 permits a year for fencing alone. And he says, we don't have the manpower to go check them all. So, you bring in your schematics beforehand and, you get your permit. And then unless there's an issue that comes up from a complaint, they just don't have the manpower to look at them. But, that's a bigger jurisdiction. So
a little bit,
but if you're looking at Chanute, Iola, Ottawa, Webb City, places like that, again, the price ranges vary all over the place. So, would be good if you guys wanted to take the next 2 weeks to noodle on this and then give us numbers you would like us to use moving forward.
Awesome.
Ask one question.
Yes, sir.
On average, what would it cost for someone to go out to do an inspection on a job?
What does it cost our manpower?
Yeah.
How far is the inspection?
If it's here in town on any of these.
Go 1 hour.
About $30?
Your manpower is gonna be about $30 because of their hourly wage and their benefits.
Okay.
So about $35 an hour.
Right. So if we did something like a 35 across the board, then we would at least be able to cover
recoup our manpower
of what we're sending out. Okay.
Yeah, because I think that's something to consider. I mean, it does take time, energy, and resources for us to go out and do our job. So, you know, I appreciate you being thoughtful about that.
Could you do it in a half hour and knock it down to $27.50?
Depends on who the contractor is, Mr. Mayor.
The other
Okay.
thing that Bill and I spoke about is if the commission also wanted to add to this list anything that you feel like we want to have any oversight on, like HAVAC or anything. Not that we would do anything, but they would have to be licensed HAVAC, anything like that. You know, they'd have to be licensed contractors, things that we need to make sure that so our citizens are getting quality builders. But please, in the next couple of weeks, also list those things that we would want to set fees, permits, or even require licensing. Some cities require, you know, HAVAC or roofers to buy a $150 fee to be able to and license and have them. And then there's a list made that's handed out.
Right. We did that. We've only done it one time in the history of Fort Scott that I know of, and that's when the hailstorm came through.
Yeah.
We was very adamant about everyone that was a roofer came up here and they got their licenses and they got inspections.
Yeah.
Am I right?
We require all roofers to have a state of Kansas working certificate.
Right.
They don't have that. They should never do that.
Yeah, I didn't know if that's anything you wanted any fees on to, you know, cover personnel and things like that, or
well,
They charge for roofing permits through the
Just-
code department.
yeah.
Right now they do.
Right.
Yeah, so actually I had kind of a two-pronged presentation for you tonight. So this was the first one that you asked for,
Right.
that you guys can chew on this. I know that the issue of having HIVAC permits added to our list has come up, so that's something for you to consider as well. The second prong I wanted to talk about tonight is to ask your permission to come back to the next meeting with Mr. McCoy and present to you because the research we've done so far on business licenses, and of course that's a segue into our contractor license and those types of things that Mr. Zoner was just speaking about. So that would be kind of something we'd present separately from what we're talking about tonight. If that's okay with you, I'd like your permission to come back in 2 weeks with that information.
Yeah, that sounds good. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Tim.
I think that's good, but I'd also like to see, I think something that would be good to have as well is we have a lot of rental property in town. And if we're going to register all these guys by businesses and all these other things, I would like to actually see these rental properties registered. And then we look at kind of some type of inspection schedule for that. Because in my travels around and identifying, you know, what belongs where, I think it's if there's any problem issues with rental properties, it's going to be nice to know who the actual owner is, as opposed to just going after whoever the resident is that's living in there at that time.
Well, and Mr. Commissioner, I think that has a lot of merit to it, right? We want our rental properties to be habitable.
Yep.
And for renters to have some confidence that they're moving into a place that they can have some confidence in. I would be agreeable to that if the commission would like us to do that as well.
Be it noted, Matthew's nodding his head.
Yes. Oh, that's because we're in sync now, Matt.
Yes, yes. I think we're right in line. Like I said, I think I talked with you about that. I've been reached out. The HVAC guys definitely, they would like something in place for them. as well as the utility guys. Want to make sure that there's something in place for them as well.
Yeah, and I know that you've had some communication with Mr. McCoy. I think it'd be great for, if you're agreeable to it, for you, Mac, and I to meet offline so we can look at all this and sort it out before the next meeting.
Yeah, you just let me know when, and I'll make time for you.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, is that it?
That's it. We'll
Before we
see you in
start
2
talking
weeks.
about dirt hauler licenses, we'll move on.
No,
So-
the only thing I wanted to talk to the mayor about was maybe dance licenses.
Oh yeah, let's talk about that dance license. When you're looking up everything else, we're getting rid of that thing.
All right, if I could just add one more quick thing, real quickly. You
Go
notice
ahead.
in the information I gave you a copy of the city ordinance. The way the ordinance is written, I'm referring to 1608-240. Any changes you make to the fee schedule at the next meeting, we do not need to modify the ordinance for. The way the ordinance is the language of the ordinance is whatever you set it to be at the time. So whatever you all decide at the next meeting, we do not need to do any ordinance changes through Bob.
It's interesting you brought that paragraph up because it goes back. There's one in there that's not highlighted that says conditional use zoning permits as per zoning and subdivision regulations in the 3 mile area is $10. You know, that's always been something that's very confusing. We talk about regulating the 3 mile area, and then we talk about, is there codes in the 3 mile area? I mean, that's something we probably need to discuss at some point as well. Right.
Some clarification would be helpful for us.
Yeah. We have no jurisdiction in the 3 mile area.
The only way we have jurisdiction in the 3 miles is by state law that gives us the permissive use. If the county doesn't zone, then we have that 3 miles, and it's just zoning. In other words, you can't put a
An industrial building of
pig farm in the middle of whatever if it's not zoned for that because it's the housing addition.
Okay.
I mean, that's our only resource. I know it's frustrating. I wish we did have extraterritorial
Right.
jurisdiction because the county, God bless them, all the good things they do, they are never going to zone. They have no interest in zoning. It's complex. It's costly.
Right.
And they just don't want to go down that road. And it leaves our poor staff calling and saying, hey, this electrical stuff, well, we can't help.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you, Bob, for that. Do you have anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you for your report. You too. Up next, commission reports. Tim, I'll start with you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You bet.
While I'm on other subjects here, if I could get you to maybe pass these around. It's for kind of the last item. I only have a few items. Will be quick. First of all, I wanted to make sure. I thought Mark McCoy did a great job of commemorating Ann Emerson. I mean, gosh, what an incredible lady. I really feel robbed that I never got a chance to get to know her well. I also wanted to give thanks to Tracy Reed over in the Bourbon County Dispatch Center. Somebody that's been there for 14 years. If anyone's ever worked in EMS before, I did earlier in my life. I mean, those are the people that our citizens are talking to in a crisis. She's moving on to something else, but I did want to publicly thank Tracy Reed for her service as the lead dispatcher for the last 14 years. Pedestrian signs, Mr. City Manager, thank you. They're beautiful. They're out there at 1st Street and 2nd Street now, and I'm able to get across the street without getting run down.
So far.
Well, you know.
Depends on who's driving down the road.
The unsafe homes list, like I said, Diane sent out a copy to everybody last week. I did find a way of kind of prioritizing those on a list, and I'm asking the city manager and Bill to put that on the agenda for the next meeting to go through and to start that process. If the city codes department is in agreement, I'd hope to see red condemn tags on all those priority 1 properties, and as well as starting the paperwork and the initiative to start taking those down. A lot of them have been on the list for 5, 6, 7 years, so it shouldn't be a surprise. That's for the February 15th meeting. Believe it or not, I've already had some calls about 4th of July. That's what I sent around here. This was the ordinance that you all passed last year allowing fireworks to start a week early and at what times. This week I did talk to Kelly. I talked with Chief Shelton. I also talked with the fire chief about, as we're coming into this year, the 4th of July, I believe, is actually on Monday, which means people have to work on Tuesday. So I was going to make a quick motion here for ordinance number 3585. Bob, you got a copy of it there? And all I was looking at wordsmithing that, since we're going to be in the same situation for the next few years and people have to work the next day, make a motion to move the 7 a.m. up until 12 a.m. to midnight on either July 3rd or July 4th. What that does is allow people to have a good time, shoot the fireworks off for 2 extra hours than what they could, and then they can enjoy the 4th and not have to worry about getting up the next day and going to work.
7 a.m. until midnight?
On the 3rd and the 4th. Every other night from the 27th on is just until 10 p.m. And my dogs would hate me for even proposing this because they hate fireworks. But I've actually had some people call me and say, hey, man, 4th of July is on a Monday this year, and can we maybe do the midnight thing until on the 3rd and the 4th? And again, talking with Chief Shelton as well as the fire chief, of course, everything else in here, if they decide it's a red flag environment, then no one's going to be able to shoot anything anyway. But I'd like to make a motion on the 3585 to add that language to July 3rd and July 4th until midnight.
I'll second that.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Matthew Wells,
Yes.
Josh Jones, Tim Van Hookey,
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes. Up next, I'm sorry, Tim, do you have something else?
I think you already kind of covered the that they're going out for a survey on the landfill.
Yes.
For that, I had that on here as kind of a follow-up. He's gone, but I did want to thank Rob and Be Ready for the amazing thing that took place the other day regarding the Noble Health announcement, and as well as the previous commission that worked so hard on it, in particular Josh, for that. And then I guess the only thing I would finish off tonight is I see some good things that are being done by this commission. I still think there's some division, not necessarily within so much the commission, but I do think from a town perspective that we've still got a lot of work to do. We're too small to be divided and be petty over stuff, and that's all I'm going to say. I mean, I'm honored to be a commissioner, but I'm going to do everything I can to try and continue to close that divide, and that's it.
Well, I can appreciate that as well, Tim. I think we're getting there. So, up next, Josh Jones.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what Tim said about Tracy Reed. Her and Bobby have been great assets to the city and county, and wish Tracy a lot of luck and best wishes on her new endeavor. Other than that, I had one question, Kelly, on the payouts. I saw the engineer's contract was paid out of reserves and not out of regular account. I was just wondering why. I don't think we should have budgeted items coming out of reserves. I'm just curious on that. If you knew why that was taken out of reserves.
No, but I'll check into it.
Okay. And the other thing I had, and Kevin will have to be Montana White today. The map up there, the lake properties, I asked the next meeting to have on the agenda to sell some properties out there. And Kevin and I kind of went out there and looked over at the 6 properties, I believe, Kevin.
What's your question, Josh?
About 6 properties, I think we could sell on the west side pretty easily.
Yeah, the properties that Josh and I went by the other day would be, we look back in here, and it would take some measuring to find out exactly how wide we could go in here. But you see this treat area here. There's houses built all the way up to here, and we don't know exactly why, but they stopped here, and there still could be a couple of water. The water runs up through here a little farther than what that shows, but there still could be a couple lots sold right there before it gets to the road. And then if you come on back here, I think you'll find the Mile Road. Was it past the Mile Road? No, it was right before the Mile Road. Right here, you see this whole section here? All of that property right there. there is a large portion of property right there that's very untapped, and you can see right there, there's water frontage all the way down through there. That would be very. I mean, there's some nice pieces right through there. That road we could actually look into designing the road to where it could come out. A lot of these roads come into a section where the houses come back in here, and there's a green space left there. So this here could leave a bit of a green space and still have lots all the way down through here. So I think what Josh was wanting to propose, possibly, you said next week, Josh? Yeah, in 2 weeks. I'm sorry. Was to give you guys an idea, and I can get you closer as we go along. But a couple lots here, and then possibly surveying 4 of them off down in this section here.
I thought we were going to try and get a map of all of the available property marked out there that we can look at. I mean, I'd love to drive out there and look at those myself.
Yeah, this is.
Well, according to, Diane, I thought you said that was an older map that somebody else had.
I'm not sure how old that map is.
This.
Nancy Van Etten left those, didn't she?
Yes, this is Nancy Van Etten's, and it's not 6 months old, probably. Am I right, Josh?
Okay.
I think it's about 6 months, possibly a year old at the most. It was got to us from the county. They helped us out by getting this for us. And you're right, Tim. I'd like to. What I'd like to. One of the things I was going to talk about in my section was I'd like to have this in a frame somewhere in here to where we could actually mark on it and have a little bit better way to look at it, more professional, and to have the city properties highlighted as to what we own. Because what you'll find, Tim, is we own all of this.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we got gaglions of property, and anything you see that's not sectioned off is all pretty much city property as well. So there is a ton of capability and possibilities.
I'm just saying, before we go to a vote, I'd like the opportunity to see.
No, absolutely, and that's what I think Josh is just saying. Point out tonight.
Well, yeah, Tim, you can go to BourbonCountyKF.org, go to the GIS map, and it'll pull up all the city-owned properties on there pretty easy. Basically, if there's an open lot on the lakefront, it's city property.
Yeah, I mean, I use Base Map, Josh, and it shows me city property as well. But I mean, you're talking about 6 lots. Where are the specific 6 lots? Not just it's here on the where.
Right. Well, and that's what I'm trying to point out here. It's hard to do without a laser printer up on the screen or whatever. But you're going to see as you come around the corner here by the park, the first entrance when you turn in, you go down to those to where the houses start on the left-hand side or the north side, and it just create 2 lots there to the what would be the west of it. And then if you traveled the road on around right before you got to the mile gravel road, I don't know what that road's called, but anyway, right before you get to it, the entrance that goes in there, and you'll go back here, and there's this location in here that you'll see about 4 A-frames that are all, Hackberry. Right before you get to Hackberry, you go back in here, and these will all be A-frames right there, A-frame homes. And then you'll see that large section of ground right there. So, and again, I don't know how it was all designed. I don't know why that's untapped. I don't know anything about it, but that's what we discussed. And these would all be great lots. All be great lots. So, and again, Josh, I mean, as we've all discussed before, it brings more people to town, helps create better tax base. I just don't see a ton of negative about it. So.
Is that law in effect that 30 feet up from the shoreline is public property?
I think it's 20 feet.
It's 20 feet all the way around.
I'm not positive.
Okay.
You see, because we owned it this way before my time.
Mm-hmm.
We owned this, and we drew up a plat, and that's where Kevin's asking questions. Why do we have lots here? It's how it's platted. It's what the
Right.
engineer did at the time.
And I think what they said, Bob, was anybody was allowed on the first 20 feet of the property. Right.
Yeah, okay, that's what
Because the purpose of the lake isn't recreation. The purpose of the lake is water.
Have we
Josh, did you
decided
have-
how those are going to be sold this time?
Josh?
Hopefully better than last time, a different way.
Yeah, and I'll put something together next week, guys. I'd like to do it in-house and offer a referral to a broker or something, 1.5% or something like that. But I'm open. I mean, I don't know if I have any Howie stuff. I think we do it in-house and offer a referral to brokers.
Yeah, I think that's something we can all discuss. I mean, we've watched the county sell their properties just by asking, So we can figure that out, and I think that's a great idea, Josh. Did you have anything else?
The only thing that reminded me is that I've been reached out to about 15, 20 times about the buoys in the water in the lake. I guess they got moved in recently, and I was asking to see if we can move those back out to the other locations they were in.
Yeah, Travis, if you could, that's, I don't mind meeting them somewhere in the middle because they stretched out so far last year. It got, to where a guy almost, instead of turning the corner, had to put it in reverse and back up and start again. We don't want to choke that. We did that for safety and waves and things like that. But again, when you get them so far out there, it becomes a safety issue because the boats are now funneled down through, especially. Yeah, exactly. Right through here, we can see this large body of water. It was okay to move them out a little bit because you still got a ton of water to come through. But once you choke down to this area here, if you step up with that, whatever it was, 200 feet, well, if you move in 200 feet here, Trav, and 200 feet there, that's dangerous. I mean, you're really, putting some people at risk there by. Well, yeah, but I don't know. I can't tell on this thing. I think it's down here somewhere, Trav. But get with Tom and see what you can come up with. But I agree with Josh. It needs to be moved back some.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Josh, and get well soon. Pete, you still with us?
Yes.
Do you have anything? No. Okay.
Yes, I do. I don't know how many of you guys have looked at this handout that was given to us a couple of weeks ago. This is a wastewater systems evaluation report. Particularly concerns me. Davis Pump Station, according to this report, is worn out. And that handles every bit of the sewage that's comes through the pipes of the city of Fort Scott, including the lake. And the report is very concise. And it's telling us that we need to do some work. The main thing that I got out of it, the thing that bothers me the most, is that when we have a rain event, we have 10 times the normal flow of sewage through Davis Pump Station. That means those pumps are pumping 10 times as much as normal. We have another thing that I was bothered with was we have a $200,000 project that we're thinking about to move Old Faithful, and I'm just wondering if, due to the overflows that we have at Davis, that those overflows at Old Faithful are not caused by the overflows at Davis. I don't know what the elevation difference is, but I know Old Faithful is down over the hill. Whether the head pressure that's generated when Davis Pump is overflowing would cause that problem. I would like Jason to address that. I don't want to move something, spend $200,000 if we got bigger problems.
Yeah, I think the main concern with the Old Faithful manhole, it's surcharging. And yes, it is just at one point in the system, but the main driver to do that was it was in the budget, and it's a health issue. So when that overflows, you're getting raw sewage out in the open ground, right beside a roadway. Residents aren't like right there, but it's in the city. The Davis lift station, you're right, that all of the sewage is piped to that one location. And I know from KDHE's inspections, noted that overflows and there needs to be some modifications made to try to address that. And I'll have to look. I think the last thing I can do is really look at that elevation of the overflow versus that manhole, and then I can tell you if there's an impact. Because I mean, it's far enough away, shouldn't be a direct impact. However, you're right, elevation. So water wants to level out. So if the top of that pump station is at 1200 and our old faithful manhole is below that, then that could be
It's going to back
an
up.
impact. But it may, and maybe because my understanding was that Old Faithful backs up more often than the lift station overflows, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
I'm not either, but I've seen that water boil out of there. Just absolutely, just lift that manhole cover up 6 feet in the air, and that pressure has to be coming from somewhere. And I'm not sure that it's coming from upstream as much as it's coming backwards, downstream. And I think that's something that we need to consider. And but I think that our I&I being 10 times the normal flow rate is a huge problem. I know Michael Mix sat here and told the commission 2 years ago that our sewers are on the verge of collapse, and and he was asked, what's it going to cost us to fix them, and his answer at that time was $21 million. And I said, "What's your budget?" $300,000. How long is that going to take us? 70 years. Something has to be done, guys. We've got to do something different than what we're doing. We got to cut that 70 years down. I'd like to see it cut down to 10. But somehow or another, we've got a disaster just waiting for it to happen, because if those sewers back up, they're backing up into basements. We just have got to concentrate on these sewers. We've got to fix them, and we've got to figure out how we're going to do it. And and I know that Kelly's working on the budgets and working on funds, but somehow or another we're going to have to put a priority on getting these sewers fixed. KDHE says so, right?
Right. So they do their evaluations, and that Davis lift station was a culprit on some of that. And part of that process, he announced that you got the grant awarded, and that project was the first step in that big issue. We wanted to focus on where some of that I&I issues. So there's manholes getting replaced. Those are big points of I&I. Linings. We tried to get what was in the worst shape and start there. And now we're looking, and that's part of that Old Faithful project. We're going to improve that section so there, if there's I&I happening there, because we watched that actual manhole kind of like in the middle of the day, and there was a pretty good flow, just standard flow, and it had rained. So even down upstream from that, there's obviously I&I happening. So everything that you do to the system is going to have an impact, small or great, on this I&I issue. So, if it's $200,000 here, you would spend it somewhere else and have the same impact.
Right, exactly. That 200,000 would sleeve what? 2,000.
We have part
2,000
of that project.
And I know that we had a study done on our manholes. Has there been a report? Have you seen a report on that, on those manholes?
I haven't seen that. Is that a recent?
It was last year we
inspection?
did. Yeah, we did a manhole study. And,
I'll get with Michael. Check on that.
And though that, we got 1,000 manholes. And
at least, yes.
And we're talking about $3,000, $4,000 a piece to replace them, and they're leaking, just because of the way they were built. they were built out of bricks.
Yeah. And if they're in good shape, you know, we want to, again, try to get the biggest bang for the buck. So you can take a brick manhole that's in good shape and line it. And there's all kinds of options for lining, right? So, you know, we want to look a little deeper because initially we just said, okay, what's your condition rating? If it's very poor, we want to recommend replacing it. But what's the reason it's very poor? So can it be fixed and then lined? That'll be cheaper? You know, we want to look a little deeper this next time and get into that. And that's kind of, again, how we started with that grant project. And
Well,
getting that through.
our comprehensive plan says we'll do a master plan study on sewers, water, and streets, and our storm sewers. I think that's of prime importance. I think we need to start with a master plan for our sewers, and we need to get that lined out and laid out so that we know what we're doing and how we're doing it, and we have a plan ready to go. So, and you know, I'm just seeing so many problems with that sewer system, and now Davis. I thought Davis Pump Station was, my gosh, it's in great shape. Our generator out there's 40 years old, right?
Yeah.
40 years old. Our generator, that if our power goes out, we're dead ducks sitting here if our generator doesn't work, because we got no pumping going on. And, you know, I mean, we're sitting on a time bomb. And I think that's something that we just have to address, just ASAP. I'd put that as our number one priority, is that Davis Pump Station.
Yeah, and that's kind of part of that reasoning to do that report. You know, you got to have the data, and you can back it up. And if you want to pursue grants and funding opportunities, that's where we got to start and get on that program.
And I think that, you know, without grants, the 21 million is prohibitive. I mean, you know, we can't get there. But if we can double our money somehow or another with some grants, I think that should be of prime importance. But this scares me.
No, I agree, and one of the things we're going to have to look at, Pete, is you're right. You're 100% right, and I mean we're just getting started. And what we have to have as a master CIP, where like we're talking about streets, you know, we do what we can in house every year, and then we have the ones we farm out to grants and the bigger projects. But we're going to have to do some in-house stuff too, like you said. There's some pumps and things that are going to have to be replaced before they cavitate. So yeah, and I think that we may have to do some workshops to set up.
I think that should be a number one issue is workshops, and that we should figure out, you know, what we can do and how we can do it with the input of our engineers.
Yeah, and when I looked through that study that you held up there on the wastewater, I thought the same thing, and then I went out on site to the plant, and I thought, okay, we got to start moving every year, and put it in place. You're right, and it's far easier. So that way, when we know that we're going to go after it, and we know it's probably its life expectancy and everything like that, and have those, you know, readily available in our CIP plan, and have that map out there. And I think we're going to have to do that with water and wastewater.
Oh, absolutely.
So I agree. I mean, we're just getting started on streets, and in that, I once we get our rotation, I'm having the guys grade the streets, the 1s, 2s, and 3s, so we can actually start. But as we're going to have to do the same thing on all of our utilities. Yep. Yeah. So.
Well, that's my.
I'll get with Jason too, and that's the thing. He and I have been talking a lot about this, and we're starting to move forward in some of these areas. So we'll be start keeping notes of what we talk about and start bringing those in. But yeah, right now we're covering a lot, getting grants out. But as things kind of taper off this later on this spring, we'll really want to start maybe doing some workshops.
Yeah, we got to. You mentioned. Jason is working on Wall Street. I don't want to call it Wall Street. That's Highway 54. Yeah, that's Highway 54 from
he's
now on.
doing
It's
the-
not Wall Street. And so,
Right, yeah, he's just doing the exhibits, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll do
Typically, that's
exhibits and cost estimates
Right.
for that application.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
and
like Pete though. The more we call it Highway 54,
yeah,
It is.
that's
Yeah.
Highway 54. So,
And typically, your engineers always, I always had them do the exhibits and all your cut sheets.
Pete, did you have anything else?
no, that's all.
Okay. Matthew?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I just had a few quick things, if I could. One was, are we completed with the Andrick Street project? I had some people over there contact me about the roads are not completed. There's like a 3-foot section of gravel
Oh, really?
Yes.
On which end of it?
on all sides of it.
Really?
Yeah, they sent me pictures I can show you.
Well,
What
is
are
that,
they doing on Andrick
is that
Street?
on Fifth Street? Not on Andrick, but on Fifth?
On Fifth on one side and then on the other side, yeah.
On
Yeah.
6th?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, it's not, yeah, there's just like gravel. The road ends and then there's gravel dumped in the ground and then the next road starts.
I think that was temporary.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay.
They were concerned. 'cause
How
it's
long
gonna
did
be
this
temporary for a couple of
temporary
years.
start?
Yes. So, just wanted to see where we were on that.
Okay, so let me get with Jerry on that.
Okay. Last time Pete had brought forth that street proposal that we were all supposed to take a look at and look at voting on what we wanted to do on our roadmap forward. After talking with Pete and many citizens within the community, I wrote up a Brick Street amendment to add to that. If they can have a copy of it. I'm gonna pass this around. And this is just to go along with what we were talking about, because we were talking about chip sealing some of the brick streets, and I can tell you there was a huge outpouring of people in this community who were extremely vocal about
Wanting it done?
no.
Oh.
That is, they, in fact, to quote one of the people, if they want to chip seal our road, just leave it full of the potholes and we'll all buy 4-wheel drive vehicles, but do not touch our bricks. I do want to real quick thank our street crews for getting out and doing the work that they did last week. It's awesome to see those potholes being raised, the bricks being leveled up, the sand being dumped in. People, again, we're so happy to see that happening. I think we sometimes undervalue how much our citizens love those brick streets. So this is what I've put forward after talking with a bunch of people. I know that the main concern is the water getting down through the bricks and disturbing the clay beneath, and that was one of the reasons you were looking at sealing some of those bricks. So I did some research. We can clean the bricks, seal the bricks, and then add the polymeric sand, brush it in. It'll accomplish the exact same thing for almost the same cost as going through and chip sealing the streets. And then we'll maintain the brick streets. We'll keep the water out, takes care of all of those issues. And then as far as if a case arises, it deals with that as well. If there's a brick street that we feel is completely beyond repair, that there's just nothing that can be done, then there's a clause in here on what we can do. Bring it before the citizens, bring it before the commission, and vote before we disturb any other brick streets in this town. There are many citizens whose priority at this point is starting to reclaim the brick streets that we've lost. Here in the next couple of weeks, I'll provide everyone with a bunch of research that I've done on how brick streets are more cost effective, how it's going to save our city money.
Last forever.
Just on a basic 40-year cycle, bricks save us so much more money than asphalting over them, chip sealing them, doing anything to these brick roads. We are going to save money. They increase property values. I've got all that. I'll present all that to y'all so you can see everything that I've been finding out. But I want to make sure that we add this to anything that we consider with our brick streets or with our streets as a whole, so that there is an option Tim, if we find a street that's just beyond all repair, we've got something we can go to and lay hold of, but don't want to sacrifice any brick street.
Sure, I will tell you that, and I think the mayor mentioned it too. I actually got a lot of phone calls from people after Pete presented his plan last year, and they all said, yeah, the historic district, particular streets and so far, but if we can fix the rest of these things quicker and more economically, please do it. And they love the brick streets too, but they don't see the need for them everywhere.
Right, and I understand what you're saying, but I've looked at the economics, and it's more economically feasible to save the brick streets the way they are. And I'll present you with that information.
I look forward to
Yep.
seeing that, Matthew. I really do, because some of these processes that are in here, we talk about pulling up and power washing all the bricks and all, as opposed to bringing heavy machinery in and just getting it done with like the Cape Seal. I don't see how doing the brick, but I look forward to seeing the presentation.
Well, I think a case in point is
your turn,
what
Stan.
Matthew's saying. Over on the west side, 8th Street, 9th Street, 10th Street, 11th Street, Holbrook, Eddy, all those are brick streets. 83 years old since they were last worked on. 83 years, and we're still driving on them right now today. Never any maintenance on them, nothing. 83 years. You know, that's 4 lifetimes of asphalt.
If we come in and we throw chip seal or asphalt on them, 7 years, we're gonna have to fix it again. We do it right, these things are gonna last.
Well,
another 83.
the only problem that I see there, Matthew, is that time frame. You know, here again, we've got 72 miles of
I
streets,
understand
and if we do a mile a year, that's 72 years.
I've got a
So,
concussion wound, I don't wanna put a
and,
Band-Aid on it just because the Band-Aid looks pretty. I
Go
wanna
ahead.
sew that sucker up and fix it and move on.
Go ahead.
Okay.
All right, and the last thing I had was, I thought this evening we were supposed to vote on 3 ordinances for the municipal court to move that forward.
We are still waiting on software companies to merge together.
Okay.
But we just haven't brought them forward yet. I mean,
Okay.
until the 2 software companies are working, we really can't proceed. We can't proceed forward.
Okay.
I'm
I
just
thought,
saying it yet.
I thought Josh had mentioned last week that there
I
was.
think he did
Okay.
mention that, but I think I talked to Captain Tucker, and I think Chief Shelton will tell you.
Okay.
It's just not
Not needed yet?
yet.
Okay.
Until they are, the 2 companies can, I know there's software people involved, so it's ongoing.
All right.
So,
Thank you very much, Nancy. Appreciate it.
Anything else?
Just want to say one more time that we really lost a good person in Ann. She will not easily be replaced. I pray and I hope that there are some people in this community that are going to step in and fill her shoes. They won't ever be able to do it the way that she did it, because she was a one-of-a-kind individual. Her heart for this community, her heart for the different projects that she applied herself to was beyond compare. But like I said, I hope and I pray that there are people who will follow her example and step into that, so that we can continue to have a presence like hers around here and honor her memory and everything that she was able to accomplish for Fort Scott.
Yeah, I mean, and I want to, as well as everybody has, reiterate that about Ann, and she was awesome. And I think everybody's mentioned that tonight. Again, I wanted to double up, triple up, whatever on Tracy Reed as well for her 14 years of service. That job has got to probably be one of the wackiest ones in Fort Scott. I mean, talk about drive you crazy. I can't imagine, from cats up trees to prank calls to butt dials, who knows what. But that's we really appreciate you, Tracy, for what you've done if you're out there. And the next thing I wrote up a little something. We talked about, rewording the verbiage on the demolition bids. And I just kind of put some stuff together that I'll give Kelly, and you guys can mill it over. But it just kind of went through any and all concrete basement structure, including and not limited to walls, floors, and footing must be removed. And basement void must be filled and compacted until level with existing ground. City will reinsure that any and all utilities will be removed, including but not limited to electric, gas, water, sewer, and cable vision. And I can't read the rest of my writing. Structures, structures must be removed. Sometimes with weather permitting, 60 days or whatever you guys feel the right amount of days is stated in the, unless otherwise stated in the bid proposal as an emergency removal. If it was a fire damage or something like that. So I'll give that to you later. Again, I want to say thank you for the brick repairs. That was pretty awesome. I've been asking for several years for this one to be fixed at City Hall. When somebody pulls up here, we need to have our best foot forward, and looks like we're getting there. So I appreciate the guys for working in the cold weather for that, as along with the alleys. They've been straightening up a bunch of the alleys. And unfortunately, I talked about having an award. I know Josh was really excited about that, giving an award away to the citizen, every quarter, giving just a good person in the community a pat on the back and giving a little award. But the person that I had picked out for this had fell and broke his hip, so he's out. So kind of looking for some suggestions on that. If anybody's got any suggestions of who they think, somebody that stands out in the public, such as an Ann Emerson type deal, I'd be open to listen to that. Hospital deal was great. It was nice to see all the people in attendance, especially all the senators and their people. That was really cool to hear some of the things they said, that they really pay attention to our town. And they thought we were a pretty special little community. So that's something that everybody in town should be proud of. And they talked about the volunteerism. That was the one thing that behind closed doors, not during the meeting, but behind closed doors, when we went back there, they said that was the one thing that they always loved about Fort Scott. The signs we have, I don't want to go back into the lake discussion, but we have 3 signs at the lake, 2 entrance signs and one that Chad Cliffman made that's just beautiful up front, that has all the rules and regulations. It also has like a pelican and turtles and birds and all kinds of stuff that he's carved out of wood. Being a wood structure, it needs resealed, and taken care of so we don't lose it. I spoke a little bit with Chad, the guy that made all the signs, and he was, said it could be very reasonable, a couple $100 a sign to take care of them, and even to repaint the whole one sign and reseal it, probably less than $500. So I would like to either reach out to Chad, being he's the one that made it, and give him the opportunity to give us a price, or if you guys want to go to bid or what have you, or have city personnel do it. It doesn't bother me, but something needs to be done to them before they just fall apart. They put a lot of time and effort into them, so I'd like to make sure that they stay good. And that has all our regulations on it, the one by the boat ramp.
Can you look at that, the one we talked about outside of town too?
Oh, absolutely. I forgot about that one. Yeah, coming on 69. You might mention that as well. He might be able to give us a quote on treating it. Absolutely. Yep, I'll get you that. And everyone needs to know we had we're closing down. I was just going to announce to the public we're closing down the park. Gun Park's going to be closed until further notice, I believe, right, Diane, with the snow and ice conditions. And we decided it better rather than, and that was a great suggestion by Kelly and Brad and everybody and Tom got their heads together and said, rather than have to maintain the park through this snow, let's just shut it down. And we're going to close it, the brush dump, the riverfront park, and some people probably be happy there's no municipal court Thursday. So that's good. I'd be excited about that if I was due there on Thursday. Woo! And the other one is, last thing I have to say is get well soon, Josh, and thank you for the pizza. That was really cute. And if there's nothing, he's the pizza guy, I'm sure. Okay, so motion to adjourn?
I'll second.
Well, Pete's got something down there. He's got his hand up.
Yeah, when you're talking about signs, we had a meeting with KDOT, and we talked about the information signs to tell the people.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Did you? They told us the program to go through. That's all funded a different way, and so Kelly's got that information.
Oh, that's awesome. That's
So-
awesome. I know,
So
several hotel
He's
people
going to
are.
follow through with that, and we'll get some signs.
That's awesome. Bill Michaud and them be happy to hear that. Several restaurant owners too, I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Instead of just a fork and a knife. Have you ever noticed that when you come into town, there's just a fork and a knife out there? It says food.
Well,
Well,
there's a lot of specific signs too.
okay, was that a motion to adjourn, Pete? Oh, okay. Second. Yeah, I'm gonna do one.
Yes.
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 Josh Jones,
Yeah.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
Did you really?